Welcome, beautiful souls. This is the Kesh Corona Telegram meeting in English for January 17th, 2021. It's the North American team. I'm your host, Mark Anderson, along with Alex Skorick, who'll be presenting in about 30 minutes. First, I want to thank you again for coming and sharing and just being here and increasing the field strength of the Kesh Foundation. I'd like to go to a question first that Salamia asked Mr. Kesh regarding the soul and consciousness. He expands that into the leadership of the various countries and ends up with the Kesh Foundation being considered by many a tasty fish. Now, Randy has put in the chat that GAB is CIA sponsored, but as Mr. Kesh says in this answer to Salamia's question, that we have KGB, we have CIA, we have many different intelligence agencies within the Kesh Foundation, as we are a very open platform. And he said, we allow people to elevate their own souls. Not that they don't keep an eye on them, they do. And as I said many times, we welcome our friends, we keep our friends close, and certain friends we keep even closer. So let's see if I can go to that question and answer.
Hello, Mr. Kesh. I wanted just to clarify that in my mind was that soul and consciousness are the same, is logical, and I also feel it. But I asked on my team, Corona team from Romania, and some people said that it's not the same soul and consciousness. I also ask council universal.
Yes, let me ask you a question.
Yes.
What do you call consciousness and what do you call a soul? Consciousness is emotion. Soul is totality of what contains everything. If you are conscious, you decide what is right, what is wrong. It's part of the structure of the operation of the soul of the man in terms of the physicality. Consciousness is an emotional feeling, is not the soul. An emotional feeling, right or wrong, comes from the interaction between the soul of physicality and the soul of the man.
There are two words, conscious and consciousness. You are aware of something, and consciousness for me is the same like soul. It's fundamental.
No, consciousness,
Yes.
no.
No?
Consciousness, the way we understand it, is evaluation of the right or wrong, or what is correct and not. You are conscious of your conduct.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so it has an emotional relationship into understanding of it, and it's part of the interaction of the soul, and the soul of physicality is not part of the soul. It's an interaction of. It's like mass. Is a byproduct of the interaction of two fields. You got to realize when we speak about the soul of physicality and the soul of the man, is the interaction of four field forces, giving and taking, or gravitational and magnetic of the soul of the physicality, and gravitational magnetic field of the soul of the man, like the sun and the earth. And different fields interaction according to which strength creates different outcomes of what we call emotion. And consciousness is that we don't decide what our soul takes. We decide what is correct for our physicality. We are conscious of it.
So consciousness helps soul to be moral,
No,
or soul is
consciousness,
moral.
soul of physicality to be moral, not the soul. The soul
No.
of the man is moral because it's independent. It changes its position even within the structure of the brain of the man according to the other souls. The soul of the man is not constant in the strength and in more or less um, um, what I call revolution within the structure of the physicality of the man. It maneuvers, it changes position, it changes its angle, it changes its speed of rotation according to what other souls do. And in that process, this is what the judgment comes. Then the soul of physicality has to not only interact with the soul of man, but accommodates what other souls have agreed for the physicality to reach that point. It's two independent but interacting. If you kill the man in hiding and nobody knows, where your soul of physicality knows and your soul knows, then the souls decide how to move you, how to maneuver the soul, that the physicality follows that maneuver that it brings you for you to confess your crime. We've seen that in a very recent past. Where the soul moves to open the misconduct of the physicality. We see it in the present situation in the American administration. The soul moves. The souls move into one thing or another to bring the physicality in a position through the operation of the soul. In a way, your soul walks your soul of physicality for you to be seen, to be known, to be shown. What you've done wrong. It's a, if you understand it, um, we we use the operation of the nations as we all understand that in the giving names and individuals. But if you look, the soul of the physicality of a government reflects the operation of the soul of the nation, and one responds into the other. And when one does wrong, they all go with it, and they all receive the same. If you work and understand the work of the creation the way we do and the way we see, it's a very, very strange that one of the administration who killed more than any other administration during his operation is coming back to work. This time to correct what they've done wrong to many things during what they had to do. In the And why do we look at the leading nations on this planet? Because they set the scene for the rest. You will see the situations where world leaders will become answerable personally to their conduct, as we've seen in many other nations, where leading nations, leaders always have escaped with it. What we see in the past weeks, what's happening in the United States, is bringing the balance, as we've seen in other nations. People go through revolution and they go through bringing the leaders who've been unjust and not correct. Self-centered administrations always have brought disaster to their nations. And we've seen it with this and the present situation. If it was a a small country in Africa. We had what we've seen in the United States in the past few weeks. It was something Africans do. Now one of the leading nations in the world has set the scene for literally abolishing leadership. And the men on the streets are changing the position, not in administration. Every leader gradually becomes accountable on a daily basis to the people who they lead. As is in some writings, the time will come that no one will take what we call the crown of kingship, because it has such a heavy responsibility to be correct in every conduct.
Yes, it is written that no one would like to be a leader in a crisis situation. Yeah.
Not the crisis situation, even in the best situation. In crisis situations, somebody always take the lead to pass the crisis, as we do. Mankind is in a turmoil, and it needs to be led out of this position in a very fast way, but through intellect and science, to bring in science and technology to be the same. And at the same time, science, technology, and religion to be the same, all working on the same path. It's no use having a science and the religious leaders which use that science to develop weapon technology to be rulers, where science and technology which develop has to be the same for the purpose of peace. We've seen this in the past half decade, where religious leaders openly have entered into developing weapons for destruction of nations, as they were not of the same path. We've seen Vatican extensively involved in the evolution and development of new weapons. No single religion finances more in developing new weapon technology than Vatican, to make sure other nations are in war, that they can lead their way by views of the soul of the man. Why does Christian administration runs and controls and places biggest order ever for production of arms and weapons in Italy? Why does the Pope buys 9 million landmines to give as a gift to another nation to kill another? This is where the end of Christianity has come, where the religion is used to kill others.
Because the Vatican is a state. It's not.
The Vatican,
Yeah.
it doesn't matter, it's in the name of the religion.
Yeah.
It's a business.
Of
And
course.
there's no business better pays than killing, because then people will pay to mourn for years. It's an investment, drip, drip for a long time repayment.
Because
This is where the religions will have no place, because now religion and science meet, and one understands the other, and there is no need for it, and there is no place for it. One of the biggest problems coming out of Corona is where mankind will lead itself to, as many, many weapon technology industries are not used. In a very short time, new technologies for overcoming Corona, not by vaccination, will be introduced by nations. As we read recently, the lockdowns have brought more damage than actually if there was no lockdown. We see it. Economies are becoming to a halt. Who's going to pay for it? And then they bring, who do we need to cut costs? What are the major costs? We all have injected, so major costs are the old pensioners. If they go, major expense of a nation will be cut. Then what is the next step? Those who are efficient and then contribute to evolution of a nation will be kept. To what extent do we go? And we allow leadership to extend to our extent of our lives.
But you know,
This is.
we Baha'is never
Can
sell
you please? Can I ask you
guns.
one thing? If you mention about the Baha'is most on these teachings, I have to ask you to be withdrawn. We do not go on every path of whatever. The principle of the knowledge counts, not where it comes from. We are not a platform for the Baha'is, Christians, or Muslims, or the rest. In so many ways, the understanding of the knowledge has to be that leads to evolution of technology, of the human race, evolution of the soul. In understanding the process of a technology, nations and religious leaders have to strive to create a condition of betterment for their citizens and for their followers. The way we do in the Keshe Foundation. Knowledge has to be free to allow the evolution of the soul to a higher order, not to be destroyed. A few years ago, when around this time, when we were negotiating with Vatican for different ways and different structures, this was made very clear that the path of the Vatican, with the way it operates and the way we teach knowledge, cannot be on the same path. The foundation has had deep discussions with Vatican and people who work within the structure who are the decision makers. It was the same with other religions. Religions have to be a path for elevation of the soul of the man through understanding of new cycles, not for destruction of the others. The time of crusaders is over. The time of wars between religions is over, as they're all one. Now we understand we all have the intellect and the right to reach our Creator through understanding and the strength of our soul. There is no need for religions. It's the responsibility of religious leaders now, in any shape or form, to enlighten their followers that the new path has started. They can follow the path. If they are true men of religion, if they are true men of faith, we elevate their souls to reach that point. Be it the Pope, be it the religious leaders in the Islamic world, be it the ones, the rabbis and the Buddhists and the rest. It's them who have to bring their followers to understand a new cycle has started, where every man is equal in understanding the soul of the creation and nearness to him, not through their word and their say, just because they have a luxurious life to live because of the what we provide as donations and whatever else. It's the same with those who call themselves Illuminatis. If you have such a position of strength, it has to be used for betterment of the peace, not the tools of war to be able to control. The peace comes through elevation of soul of individuals, not control of the collective. We see a lot of movement in the past few weeks by Illuminatis trying to recruit Keshe Foundation leading people across the planet. And in so many ways, we see this as an infringement into a structure of the teaching of the Keshe Foundation, where we do not allow these things to take place. Is, as we know, the leaders of the Illuminatis are sitting amongst you, and they consider every teaching we do and they see our work as part of the way which they don't like to see. But if they are, and what they believe in is to bring equality and betterment of the life of the man, they have to strive to work the way we do. There is no choice. In fact, what it is if you are in that process, if you are part of the what I call the Illuminati's structure, you should strive to enlighten the people who you're trying to serve to understand the process of their own life, not by you trying to create the masters and the rest of it that you can control further. And it's the same with the religious leaders. We have received a number of approaches by the Illuminatis, where they want Keshe Foundation knowledge seekers who are in a position of leading to get in touch with the Grand Master with WhatsApp, because they see the foundation as growing in a way to enlightening knowledgeable people that then they can control. As I said, the soul of the Keshe Foundation knowledge seekers is not for sale. The same goes with Scientologists. They fail to overtake and take control of the Keshe Foundation because they see the Keshe Foundation as a structure to fulfill the promise of the leader in a physical way and scientific way. Scientologists have no science, and they look for the Keshe Foundation, and that's why we've seen so much trouble in recent past within the foundation, trying to resurrect people inside the foundation to take lead, to take position, to take the Keshe Foundation to Scientologists, and then destroy the foundation from inside. If you are a Scientologist, you have to accept the knowledge is there. There is no room for Scientology because the science of it is shared by the Keshe Foundation. It's the same with the world leaders, and the same with the religious leaders.
But we have to find common denominator, no, with all, and to work with all.
The common denominator, as I taught today, has been established. And it comes by enlightenment.
Yeah.
And it comes by turn. You can now elevate the soul of a stone to understand, to teach, and elevate itself to anything it wants to, if the man desires so. Every pebble has a soul, and that soul has the capability to elevate. Not only the man. If a soul has created, that brings collection of fields of structures, or we call atoms, that soul has the capability to be elevated, be it the beast, be it the man, be it the stone. It's the soul which has to decide its position and elevation.
I understand your position because totality is linked. Everything is linked. And not position, I mean what you say. I understand very well because totality is totality. Everything is linked. If something is elevated, one soul is elevated, everything will be elevated, no?
In a way, some people look at it that way. If you look in the past 12 months, in past 5 years, Keshe Foundation has been on the line for many organizations as they see us endangering their position, or as they see us, they want to use the Keshe Foundation for them to find new position and new structure. We explained about the Rothschilds, Illuminatis, Scientologists, and all the religious groups and political groups are within the structure of the Keshe Foundation. They've been brought in, and we accepted them with the open arm, but we keep an eye on all lot what they're up to. We have KGB officers as much as CIA officers in one of the highest positions in Keshe Foundation. We accepted them knowingly, and we nourish them knowingly. We don't say because you are there or that's the other one. We have people from Iran Central Intelligence to SEPA to CIA to people from Vatican and Saudi, what we call religious groups, all within the structure of the Keshe Foundation. We become an inclusive, and we all understand that there is one purpose: to unify the soul of the creation.
Of course.
And that's all the purpose we have. And but we don't talk, we teach technologies that all can reach that point. And this is where we differ. We allow people to elevate their own souls. We allow people to understand the position and the time and the place. At the moment, there's a huge struggle how Scientologists are fighting to take over the Keshe Foundation. And you can read it on the internet, how openly they're discussing it. Keshe Foundation is not for sale. It's a scientific organization. And nobody can take over it. The same with the Illuminatis. We've seen openly sending messages to a number of leading Keshe Foundations around the world, like they come in operation, they're watching them and they approach them. Even governments have gone into that business. We become a very, what I call, tasty fish.
Okay, so you're all in possession of this tasty fish, and this tasty fish is to be shared across this planet. The knowledge of Mr. Keshe, the knowledge of the universe. So thank you for listening to that. Today is Sunday in most parts of the world, I believe, still. And today was the day that we spray domes of peace in place in your various communities and in your various countries. The time, which we do in unison, you take the Gans water and you put your intentions in it and you spray it in your area, your streets, your community, to create a dome of peace that this will link up and elevate the soul of the man as well as the soul of the planet. So I hope everyone is participating in that. Again, it's 12 noon CET on Sunday or 6 p.m. CET on Sunday. Another point I'd like to bring up is the teachings, and certain teachings of Mr. Keshe will not be up in the public view, or maybe they will be, but not officially. And so it may be wise for you to consider to join as a private student. Yes, you have to sign the peace treaty, you have to put in an application, and you may have to wait a few months for a response, as you have to go through the security clearances and whatever they have. But for approximately 10 US dollars per month, depending on what it's actually 100 euro, but of course there's a floating exchange rate there. So you're looking somewhere around $10 per month to have access to the entire archives, the student archives of the Keshe Foundation. So I'd strongly encourage you, as we can see what's happening to some of these platforms, at least at the moment, to join as a private student. Now, Mr. Keshe had mentioned about the religious leaders taking over some of this teaching and sharing it with the flock and so on. And in Brazil, Father Tikal had reached that point, and it was all in progress to go forward, but something happened. He got ill and went into the hospital and never came out. But I'm sure the soul of Father Tikal is going to touch one or many others to continue his work. So I want to thank Father Tikal, and we elevate his soul. That's about all I had now. If someone would like to comment on what we just watched, fine. And if we have no comments, then we can go right into Alex's teaching of enlightenment. I guess they're all waiting for you, Alex.
I guess they are. Welcome, everybody. This is the Kesh Corona Telegram meeting in English. My name is Alexander. I'm from Canada. And I thank you very much, Mark, for the brilliant introduction. I just realized I'm waiting for you to translate. Okay, I'm going to share the screen if you don't mind, please. While I'm doing that, I just want to let people know that to emphasize what Mark has been saying, and that is that we are doing quite a lot of teaching in Brazil. Brazil has moved ahead extensively, and they are into the intermediate teachings. And this is also going to be an intermediate teaching. And I'm also happy to repeat that the Italian team has stepped forward and they have begun basic teaching. This is not a replacement of teachers and like that. It's looking at the overall picture, and that is that despite the numbers that we have, which is in the many billions, there are many billions still looking for answers. And it is impossible to stop the teaching to wait for them to catch up. So the purpose of this teaching and the intention of this teaching 3 months ago has been to not only facilitate the communication and dialogue between knowledge seekers and newcomers, but also to give an opportunity for teachers to be able to structure a kind of dialogue where they can communicate effectively to newcomers as well. And then furthermore, it is a bridge between the newcomers and where we are, which is what Mark has just shown us, 363 Knowledge Seekers workshops, which is 363 Thursdays in a row without fail, which tallies up to, and I believe next week is going to be the completion of 7 years. This is an astounding achievement. And not only did Mr. Kesh go on this path, but we have a very proud Canadian, very courageous Canadian, Rick Crammond, has been there all the way. And we can't thank him enough for all his efforts, because it's been a bumpy ride. But furthermore, we have been able to fulfill our goals because we know what our goals are. And our goals are to bring peace to this planet in exchange for the technology, but to understand that this technology is part of us. So it isn't really anything new. We're just on a path to increase awareness. So having said that, I'll get right into it. This is the Kesh Foundation Spaceship Institute cooperative venture with the Kesh Foundation Canadian educational team. And we would like to, we have to go through this disclaimer, so please bear with me. We've done it once, but I'll have to do it again. The information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GANs processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional, medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and the use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties expressed or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided as is and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to. Thank you very much. This is the Kesh Foundation Spaceship Institute Intermediate Public Teachings on Plasma Science. The topic today is absorption. My name is Alexander. I'm from Canada. It's January the 17th, 2021. And this is the fifth in a series of intermediate plasma teachings, which followed up the previous 9 classes on basic teachings. And once we finish these classes, we're looking to go into advanced teachings. These are just a condensation of over 3,000 hours of teaching from Mr. Kesh and the Kesh Foundation. Right off the get-go, we have to admit it is impossible to distill all the information together in just a few classes. But it's a lot better than trying to distill this information in a matter of a few seconds, which is what a lot of people are allowing. You have to allow the knowledge to be shared, and then you have to absorb that knowledge before you can talk about it. And that's why we're talking about absorption today and see what it means. Just to summarize, we have discussed terminology as being a fundamental thing for being able to discuss any type of subject. And we have gone into greater depth. So far in the intermediate teachings, we've discussed transmission and transition. And today we're going to be entering the subject of transmutation. Now, these all affect various axes, which we've referred to as the X, Y, and Z axis. The X axis being rotation, the Y axis being polarity. The Z axis is kind of unknown insofar as plasma technology is concerned because it represents field strength. And this is the most important aspect of the plasma science because this is where the plasma comes from. In the plasma, there is a core. We're going to talk about that today because we need to absorb energy into the core and then get a position. And then from there, you have the dynamic plasma, which is caused from not only the dynamism of the singularity, but the interaction with other fields. And so we're on the road to duality and trinity and all these other good things. So fundamentally, energy is always in motion. We're discussing charges, but today, as we're moving into the various dimensions, we have to go back to the basics to see where we are within ranges and how do we transcend these various ranges. And so, as I said, most of us are attracted to the cups of life, and it's a shocking revelation that in order to understand the cups of life, you have to understand the creation of the universe. And when I say you have to understand that, as a human being on this planet, I think that's a really good idea, to know how the universe is created. And do you really have to know that? Well, depending on your scheme, you can look at a small scheme or a large scheme. But regardless, all schemes exist from energy. And so what is energy? Energy is a charge in motion, and energy is always in motion. And in book number 1, what Mr. Kesh has intimately discussed is the two things, both the universal order of creation and the creation of matters. And this has been discussed in this book, and what you're looking at from the front cover. Not only is the singularity of the force fields as they come together, but then the interaction of these force fields and where do we go from there. So how we go from here to there or wherever we go, we are always in motion, always in motion. And energy is always in motion. I'm sorry to repeat that, but for some reason, it's a hard concept to understand. And when it's in motion, we need to know its charge. Is it negative or is it positive? The negativeness and the positiveness have to do with the direction of motion. And so we easily can determine the direction of motion through the surface to volume ratio. And so we know that the higher the ratio, the higher the negative charge. And so fundamentally, negative gives and positive takes. But there's always the question, from where to where, and what are the criteria. So we kind of tend to look at what is it that we're giving, what is it that we're taking, and how does it benefit me? Well, this is a very important question because no one looks after you better than you. No one. However, in that process, energy can be flowing or it can be binding. So how flowing can it be and how binding can it be? And unfortunately, on this planet, we are heavily involved with binding and more binding and even tighter binding. And so we're stuck on this planet and we're stuck in the range here. What do we mean by a range? People understand mountain ranges. You can go from one mountain range to another range. That's kind of a range. Ironically, on top of a mountain, there may be snow or ice, and that's closer to the sun. In the valleys, there may be a river or a lake. It's farther away from the sun. This seems to be counterintuitive, but this is a unique characteristic of water, and it's the cause of life on this planet. If this characteristic was not available in the molecule of water, life on this planet would not be possible. So that range is not the range we're concerned about. What we're concerned about it is Earth's range because we are on Earth at this point in time. So from the Earth's point of view, there is the ground, which is gravitational, and there's the sky, which is magnetical. And then there's everything that's in between, which is we're going to discuss that later today. However, to go from the ground to the sky, you have to go through all of these ranges. And so that becomes the transition range. The range to go from the gravitational to the magnetical has to go through a transition. Well, yes, we discussed that a couple of weeks ago. And last week we discussed the transmission ranges, which are perpendicular to that. These ranges travel within the Earth's range at a particular level, and there's a direction of flow. And then, of course, we're very happy to have a lot of fun within these ranges. And sometimes we're on the ground, and sometimes we're in the mountains, and sometimes we're in the northern hemisphere, and sometimes we're in the southern hemisphere, and sometimes we're drinking water, sometimes we're passing water, sometimes we're floating on water. Water is a fundamental component of life on this planet, has a unique characteristic, and it's an embodiment of what we call an energy parceling unit. Water itself contains hydrogen and oxygen, and in the basic formula is H2O, 2 hydrogens and 1 oxygen. In plasma science, we refer to the negative charge as magnetical, the positive charge as gravitational. The balancing of the magnetical gravitational fields, we call that a maggrav. And in the case of water, a water droplet is round because that is one of the best forms that it can take. But, you know, we deal with large bodies of water, we deal with rain, we deal with all sorts of things. So this is a scientific view of water. And one of the fundamental things about water is it is a universal solvent. And that this is a good thing. So when we look at the basic formula, we see that the hydrogen itself, which is like an electron, is sheared. is sheared off very, very easily and leaves a hydroxyl behind, which is only one hydrogen and one oxygen. And the question is, where does this hydrogen go? And this is a good question because I don't know. You see, that is a charge and it's in motion and it's always in motion. And where it goes, we don't know. And it can choose wherever it goes, and it's depending on other circumstances, which we'll discuss more next week. So, but what we're left behind is with a hydroxyl, which is now looking for something to combine with. And this is the nature of MAGRAV positioning. We are always looking for a balance between gravitational and magnetical fields. And when we talk about fields, then we have to talk about relationships. And so many of us would look at, well, let's identify the singularity. Well, that's okay in a theoretical basis, but in life, everything works in combination. And so the next step would be duality. But that's a small scheme. There are larger schemes, and sometimes these schemes may be in a plasma state or they may be in a physical state. Either way, they need some kind of dimension, which the basic dimension is the Trinity X, Y, and Z axis. And it isn't so much the axes that are important, is the field reference, the context. So you can have these axes in different fields, in different contexts. And when you understand the context, then you can understand the relationship. And today we're going to discuss absorption. So a lot of you, maybe have paper towels at home, and when you put a paper towel on a spill, where you spill some food or a drink, and we like to call that, the quicker picker upper, but it works on capillary effect. And so that is one of the absorption characteristics of a paper towel. And what we don't really see is the exchange of energy, because there has to be a motion. And so when you dip the paper towel in the water or in the liquid that is spilled, and you watch the water creep along the towel, you are witnessing motion without a motor. So that towel can also be considered as a containment. The water itself is contained now within the towel. It was spread out over, say, the kitchen counter, but now it's in the towel. So that could be a containment. A jail can be considered a containment as well. A bottle, a box, a gas can. Now, that doesn't mean that there's an assimilation. Assimilation is when what you put inside becomes part of what you put inside. And there's another way to assimilate, which is not necessarily ideal, and that is to actually mutate. And so it's not a complete assimilation, but they do become kind of coexistent. And then there's the beautiful way in the plasma science, what we call elevation. And to understand elevation, you have to understand different plasma states and how to go from state to state, and how to occupy the space in between the states. So altogether, when we talk about absorption, really we're talking about something that is opposite to emission. So an emission and absorption are like a marriage. Horse and carriage, they go together. In plasma, the fundamental matter, as we've discussed previously, is actually light, and light carries a mass. So when we're discussing matter, the kinds of matters that are most prevalent in our discussion: principal matter, small m matter, capital M matter, antimatter, and dark matter. And all of these matters go at a different speed of light. That hydrogen that was sheared off and went somewhere, We don't really know where it went, but it could go anywhere. And so that includes on this planet or outside of this planet. And so there are places in this planet where we have vacuums, and then there's outside of this planet where we have what's called a vacuum in between planets. It's the in between zone. We don't exactly know what it is. There are many, many theories, but they fail because the thing is that these vacuum theories are based on the principle that these vacuums are empty. Well, the principle of vacuum theory is that they're full of principal matter. And this matter is energy in motion. And this energy in motion has a charge, and that charge indicates the direction. Vacuum is full, absolutely full of it. And the reality is when two fields come together, they form another. So by definition, this formation of any field is a manifestation. And to understand the concept of manifestation, we have to understand that it can be non-tangible or tangible. It can be non-visible or visible. It can be plasmatic or physical. So in other words, there is a plasmatic reality and a physical reality. So whatever it manifests, whether it's in plasmatic form or physical form, whatever it manifests is an artifact of that formation. So we call manifestation is a form artifact. And please excuse me if I could spell properly, it would be a lot better. Just give me a second here. Otherwise, this will be carrying on forever. There, how's that? When two forces come together, they're in a vacuum, and they're coming together through a nearness and proximity. And what are these forces and what do they look like? Well, they kind of look like a charge, energy, and motion. And they come in packs. We call them energy packs. But they have different sizes. They have different strengths. They have different directions. They have different sources, and they're moving all over the place. Fundamentally, if we just divide them into three types of packs, pack A, pack B, pack C, there's a reason for doing this. But what happens when these come together? Well, they form what we see as an X and a Y axis, which is the beginning of the formation of a mat graph. And the question is, as these energy packs are coming together, which energy packs are coming together? Well, whichever one it wants to. It all depends on the attraction. It all depends on the environment, and it all depends on the field strength. So these are some of the skills if we want to play with this, that we want to learn. But in the universe, all fields are coming together all the time because all these fields, energy is always in motion. So we don't know, because when you're looking at principal matter in a vacuum, if we say pack A, pack B, and pack C, it has a relationship to matter, dark matter, and antimatter. And so we see that the principal matter has not only size differential, but it has a strength differential. And we can see that the dark matter has kind of two fields. And the reason for that is because there's a relationship. There's a relationship between the matter and the dark matter. There's a relationship between the dark matter and the antimatter. And so all of these fields have to come together in order to create a structure. And once that all comes together, and we have a z-axis. Now we have a Magrath condition. So a Magrath condition is a balancing of the magnetical gravitational field forces coming together and creating a structure. Now, principal matter keeps coming. It doesn't stop. Energy is always in motion, and it keeps coming in packs. Some packs will come to this Magrath condition. Some packs will not even see it and fly right by. So when this energy is coming, it's coming constantly to support the substructure, but energy is also leaving. So it's a very busy place, but this is what we see. We just see the core component, which is the gravitational aspect of these fields coming together, and we refer to that as the singularity. But we started with the rays, the PM ticks, which is the principal matter, the foundational matter. Then we have possibility of small m matter, which is your tangible matter, your capital M matter, which is your non-tangible matter, antimatter, which is the principal matter, the dark matter, which is the transitional matter. And these are all happening at different speeds of light. So this picture here that you're looking at is a plasmatic structure of the core component, and it's non-visible, non-tangible, and there's a whole lot of action going on. As you can see, in this particular case, we have a star formation that is being created within the core structure, and so this now becomes what we call a plasma. But the plasma itself is energy, and one of the fundamental energies is hydrogen. And the hydrogen component now has an electron and a proton. And when you look at this picture, which you can't see if you remember, the electron has the same substructure as the proton. And because of the size differential, the electron is magnetical, the proton is gravitational. And this is now the beginning of your duality. And there's an interaction. So yes, but it's a two-way street. And there's the infinity loop that comes together. So this is your basic hydrogen component. And at the interaction point, right in the middle there, is now where you have a third component coming together. So this is the beginning of your trinity. Fundamental plasma rule, higher strength feeds the weaker strength. So here you have each component in its trinity form with the interacting loop and the basic energy exchange, higher to weaker. And from there, it all follows. And then there's always a question, well, in which energy state? So there is no rule that it says that it has to go into the small m matter state. And this is the problem that we're having with the basic physics. It's all in matter state. And we know that we have other energy states. And if we were to put a number on it, just to put a relationship and say the small m matter state maybe is 5% of everything, and all these others, those capital M matter state, nano state, GaN state, and plasma state is 95%. And that also includes the energy transfer states, which are in between these states. So each and every one of these states is a plasma state. And we have discussed relationships in how we go through this range. And so you can transcend to the various ranges and to the various states and move from state to state or range to range. But there's a key differential. Based on definition, plasma absorbs fields. So each one of these energy states is a field. Plasma also has a boundary. So each of these states has a definitive boundary which needs to be transcended through an energy transfer state. The bottom states, small m matter state, nano state, and GaN state, these are all physical states. And each of these physical states has a substructure which we call the capital M matter state, dark matter, and antimatter, which are plasmatic conditions. Then we also get into plasma state and dynamic plasma states, which involve interactive energy transfer states. These are non-visible, non-tangible, and they also involve the PM ticks as well. And so we have got things upside down. When we look at gravity and the magnetosphere, we're looking at it from the point of view of the Earth. This here is the point of view of man. And so here is one of the problems with understanding physics. We look at things and we see, okay, well, there it is. On the left-hand side, I'm looking top down into a glass, and at the bottom, I have GANs, and it seems to be making a pattern. On the right-hand side, I have another glass with GANs, but in the middle, there's nothing there. And this is the problem. There is something there, and it is not a vacuum, but it is something. And that's the point. When we're looking at, and here's another glass, when we're looking at it from the top down, you can see the Gans ring at the bottom. And that ring is so profound that you can see clear to the bottom of the glass. On the right-hand side, you can see the side view. You can see clearly that the ring is pressed against the outside of the glass. So the glass is the matter state. The GANs is a plasma state in physicality. The hole in the GANs is the plasma state, non-tangible, non-visible. The dynamic plasma state that you don't see goes outside of the glass, extends in this particular instance 20 to 30 feet from the center of the glass in radius, What we're saying is this particular dynamic plasma field is taking into context 4 different energy states simultaneously. And this has been with us forever. Nothing new, maybe new to us, because you see this little red dot here at the bottom, that's our tiny perfect world. And when I say 5%, I even think that's a high number, because when you look at the rest of the universe, wow, it's a pretty big place. And there's a whole lot out there happening. And I know maybe all you were concerned about was the cup of life. Well, the cup of life emulates the universe. So within the cup of life, we not only have the universal order, but we have the creation of matter. And we learned how we can transition from one to the other, and we know how we can transmit from one to the other. And that is the connector, which is light. And so now we have a better understanding, not only the origin of the universe, but the origin of ourselves. And so we understand that our physicality, whatever is in our tiny perfect world, has a conductor, has an organizer, has a soul. And that soul is also directed from a source. And so there is a link between the source and the soul. And so when we're talking about are we backwards or upside down, that only is within Earth's range. When we get into space, here is a picture of a plasmatic condition. You don't know if you're up or down, but what you do know is that this is a Magrav condition. So this is a picture of something that you cannot see, and what is going on in this non-visible plasmatic field. We have a rotating x-axis, a polar y-axis, and we have a z-axis. So just if we remember, the x-axis is the transmission, the y-axis is the transition, and the z-axis is the transmutation, which is brought about by absorption. And how do we absorb? And what do we absorb? And which way is up and which way is down? What we do know, all of that doesn't matter. This is what matters, that 2 fields of the same polarity repel. Repulsion is the basis of plasma science. When you flip the poles, two opposite poles attract. There's an interaction, and there you go. Now you have two fields. In our tiny little perfect world, we have two hemispheres. We know that these hemispheres rotate. We know that the Earth rotates. We know that it rotates in the direction of the equator from east to west. And for most of us in the North American Corona team, along with the European team, we're in the Northern Hemisphere. Those in the South America and Australia, they're the ones who are upside down. They're in the Southern Hemisphere. And but they don't fall off the earth, do they? Because they're within the range of the field we call the earth. So we know that the earth is a busy place, but how did it become? And what's going on? And so you look in the middle and you say, well, there are other fields. What's going on in these other fields? Well, if the outside field is rotating, the core is rotating, and there are fields in between, and they are rotating as well. So we're just going to take a little extract over here and just take a closer look at what's happening. And we try and keep it simple because this is only the intermediate class. But you know what we're looking at? We are looking at fields, rotating fields. What is the structure of a field? There's a magnetical gravitational relationship. And interestingly enough, here we have at the top two fields rotating in one direction. One is magnetical, one is gravitational. We have two fields going the other way. Well, the relationship between the second field and the third field is actually gravitational magnetical. They're traveling in opposite directions. And then you introduce the fourth field. The third and fourth field relationship is magnetical gravitational. And then depending on which direction they're going, you're now having a relationship of rotating fields where you might have gravitational magnetical, magnetical gravitational, or gravitational gravitational, or magnetical and well, it gets very confusing. So let's understand everything that's going on in here is based on susceptibility of the absorption of the energy that is flowing all the time. It is working within the range on this planet that you know is between the magnetical and gravitational force fields. And so that is your MAGRAV condition. So if you want to get your feet firmly planted on something, understand that you are within a range in a magnetical gravitational relationship. And you're absorbing energy all the time. And some of us like to absorb an awful lot of energy, so we become what we call self-absorbing. And when you're self-absorbing, you are the center of the universe. So you become self-centric. And if that gets to be extreme, then you can be egomaniacal. One of the ways to stop this is to shield yourself, because you want to discriminate what kind of fields you're absorbing. And that could also be an extreme where you have no absorption, to the point where maybe you're even disconnecting from your own soul, because that would be the only excuse for delinquent conduct on this planet. But the kind of absorption, because we are preoccupied with our tiny, perfect little world, we don't take into account the interdimensional kinds of absorption. So not to say that we can't have interdimensional absorption on this planet. As we've shown, we have 4 different energy states within the same picture, but we have interdimensional kinds of absorption between the Earth and the rest of the universe. And so we get to choose a dimension. And so the fundamental dimension that we can understand and need to understand is the Trinity, which involves your three dimensions. And so that's your matter, dark matter, and antimatter. And so when we look at three triangles, three magnets coming together in a triangle, the one on the left, they're all of the same pole. They all look similar. And I push them as close as I can together. And that's as close as they can get, because there's a kind of a spongy force that's in between there. And we all understand it's the repelling from a magnet. And that's as close as it can get, unless we take the bottom one and flip it. And when we flip it, it kind of looks like oxygen, like water, doesn't it? The oxygen with two hydrogens. So, but if we look at the rotating fields and we see how things work in combination, if two are of the same pole, then they are rotating in the same direction. And if the other one is flipped over, then it is rotating in the opposite direction. Well, this starts to bring characteristics into this configuration. So we understand that when two fields come together, that they create an X and a Y axis. And as they build, they create a Z axis, they create a mag-grav condition. So here we have a mag-grav condition. Where these two are rotating in the same direction, you can see that the interchange point is having a little bit of friction there, because these fields are operating in opposite directions at that point. They're rotating in the same direction as a field, but the interacting point is moving in opposite directions, kind of like those fields that we just seen before. And so let's look at another plasma field. So look, they're looking very organized. Doesn't seem to be many accidents here. Please remember that this is a representation and it's non-visible. So when you're looking at this, you can't see what happens from this friction point. When we bring two fields together that are rotating in the same direction, we said that there is friction. This friction is where the fundamental rays are created. The creation of these rays are coming from the interaction of the x-axis, which is the rotating field. In matter state, we call that divergence. You notice that when you shine a flashlight, how the light will diverge from the point of the flashlight. This is your small m matter state friction. In plasma friction, there's a convergence. There's a convergence of forces. So at its departure, these rays are actually traveling at light speed. Depending on the energy state will affect the speed of the light. So we're not saying that the departure is at the speed of light. We're saying that the departure is at light speed. Key point. From the poles, we see emission. We said the emission is the opposite to absorption. So you have to emit first. So now we have the y-axis emission. And now that you have emission, and understand that it too is at light speed, okay? Then you can have absorption. And the absorption is on the z-axis. And so one field can absorb from another field. Also, one field can absorb from the initial fundamental particle, which is a ray, which is an energy pack, which is energy in motion, a charge energy in motion. And so there comes an attraction. two fields come together. Why do they come together? Because there is some kind of similarity. First of all, there has to be a nearness and proximity. And then the second thing, there has to be some kind of commonality. Not necessarily a common denominator, but some kind of attraction. So here we have, let's say, out of these four fields, three of them are the same. So this is an attraction. It's possible for one field to adapt to another field. So now you have two fields that are the same. When these two fields are the same, they operate as one. This is absorption. So now these two act as one. Maybe, they don't necessarily want to absorb, they have to coexist. Well, this causes a slight mutation. So they still act as one, but they aren't what they were before. Let's put an example, very simple example. You take a cube of sugar, you put it in a tea, the sugar dissolves in the tea. Yeah, the sugar's absorbed within the tea, but now the tea has changed its nature. It is no longer unsweetened tea, now it's sweetened tea. You could call that kind of a mutation. Now, we can work at that energy state, or we can transcend to a higher energy state. How high? We don't know. There's no predetermination on that. It all is relative. It is based on what energy state you're operating in. It's based on what the environment is in. It's based on the energy that is flowing around you and your susceptibility into absorbing this energy. So remember, that susceptibility also is determined on whether or not you're creating an attraction field or a barrier. And so this becomes now, we have to change our point of view. And the reason why is because when you look at the regular science and you say, well, we have an earthbound view. Yes, but we are plasmatic beings. So let's look at it from our point of view. We have a soul that governs us. We have a place where this soul is governing. It's in our body. Our body has a soul. How do we connect to our body? So the link we know from GANs and nanostate and water, they all carry emotion. So they are all like lie detectors. And so when they carry this energy, this is where the transmission is. So now we can get into the visible reality if we so choose, and get into the physicality, which is determined by the environment. And our environment is in the gravitational magnetical range of the Earth. But our gravitational magnetic range is within our bodies. And how we can move back and forth, well, it's only an intermediate class. These are things that we need to learn, but there are basic plasma rules, and this you can convey, and it's very important to repeat so that it just becomes automatic. Energy states can increase by at least an order of magnitude. The higher energy feeds the lower energy. And so these energy state changes can manifest through either, we said it's natural plasma, so it can either manifest through natural creation or natural decay. And so that's going from energy state to energy state, but within the energy state, there is no consumption. Energy comes, goes around, and goes out, and it's constantly flowing. And so that makes us catalytic or non-consuming. And depending on which energy state that you're operating in, the rule is that the energy transfer rates are higher in the plasma state than in the small m matter state, which we're accustomed to, by many orders of magnitude. How many? I don't know. It all depends on the range. But what we do know is that plasma absorbs fields, and plasma is a barrier of fields. Well, Those are the two characteristics of plasma that identify the energy state. However, if you want to play in the plasma rules, you have to change something, and that is the ethics, the ethos of the universe. For us, it's ethics. That has to change because the plasma is bound to the ethos. This is a factor that comes really into play because it is the motivating force. It is the driving force between the higher strength feeding the weaker strength. That's why when we look at the relationship, not only is there a higher from the gravitational to the magnetical, but the magnetical is the giver. And when the magnetical gives, the question is to gives to what? And when the gravitational takes, the question is it takes from where? And whatever it takes, it absorbs. Whatever the magnetical gives, fundamentally, it's what you are. And what you are is what you emit. You have to emit first before you can absorb. So, however, if you, depending on what you emit, is going to be what you absorb. So, can you change what you emit? You'll have to ask your soul if you can change, because there are consequences, because all things are in combination. There's a plasma interaction. That's what the infinity loop is. So the balancing of these forces is based on the pushing and the pulling. And when there's a balance, we call that a Magravs condition. And so the substructure of all the energy that is flowing, it begins with fundamental particles, which are your energy packs. And they come together and interact. And to create a Magravs, you have a relationship of the antimatter, dark matter, and matter coming together in a balanced field condition, which we call a magnetical gravitational relationship. And when that's in balance, we call it a Magravs. And so, depending on your energy state, you have small m matter state, which is tangible, and then you have all the other energy states, which are non-tangible. And those include capital M matter, antimatter, and dark matter. And those are all non-visible, non-tangible substructures of the small m matter state. And they operate at different speeds of light. So someone asks you, what is plasma science? Has to do with magnetical forces, which involve attraction and repulsion. And when you have that, you create a magnetical field. And when you have that, the balancing act for the magnetical field is a gravitational field. And when the two come together, they create a pattern that guides energy in motion. Energy in motion is based on charge. So you have a magnetical field that is giving, a gravitational field that is taking, and then that makes a field. And so you have a construct which is now directing traffic, if you will. And so magnetical goes out and the gravitational is absorbed in. The magnetical has to be emitted first before the gravitational is absorbed. And you get to choose. And this is why the cups of light are so valuable, because this is exactly what they're doing. When you look inside, you see the zinc plate on the left, the copper coil on the right, and the nano-coated coil in the center. There's an interacting field there. Is the GANS being produced from the interaction of those fields? No. Those fields are a range point. What is the other end of the range? Remember, we are working within Earth's range. So from this point, we create zinc GANS and copper GANS. The GANS is of a higher plasmatic state. So it cannot be between the matter state and the nano state. It has to be a higher state, and the higher state is from the plasma state. So we take these two, excuse me, you have GANS, same thing. Now it defines a range between the GANs and the plasma, creates CO2 GANs. Within that range, we now have a possibility to absorb more energy, beginning of amino acid, the star formation. When we produce amino acid, we produce water, and from there we go. And now we have two cups. One is emotional, one is physical. The reason we do that is to identify a range. So the range between the emotional and the physical, and we define that with a zinc plate on the left and a copper plate on the right. Everything else is pretty well the same, except now that we have a relationship. The relationship is the gravitational taker, which is the emotion. Yes, because it's a higher energy. And the physical, which is a lower energy, is the magnetical giver. And then there's a field force. These two come together and work. They're attracted together and they work together and they create a field. And when you have that magnetical field, then you get the gravitational field. Now you have an adaptation. And we introduce the third cup, which is the cup of soul. And so you understand that this is your trinity, your magnetical gravitational relationship with the soul. And the three fields come together, absorbing all the energy together and working as one. So now you have a magnetical field of all three, a gravitational field of all three, and a soul of all three. And this is the point. We are plasma beings, and we're always looking, what is the fastest stairway to heaven? Look inside. You don't have to go up the stairs. You don't have to go down the stairs. We are extremely complex and we are extremely stable if we would only allow that condition to manifest. And we have the choice. It's all based on emission and absorption. And so the two different states of matter, there's a physical small m matter, you can touch it, you can see it. There's a plasmatic matter, capital M matter. You can't touch it, you can't see it, but you can sense it. And of course, the plasmatic field is larger. And so when someone asks you, what is a plasma? It's a kind of energy state. And then you can carry on because you have to check the point of view. And the point of view for the plasma is that ethics is one of the most important aspects of it because the souls do not carry abuse and the souls carry the energy. And so the souls have no problem because they understand morality, compassion, and courage. And it is through the interaction of all these fields, which is the basis of creation, the universal order of creation and the creation of matters. And this is non-tangible, non-physical, but most essential because it's important for us to be self-serving because no one cares more about you than you. No one will work as hard for you as you. However, too many of us are doing this at the expense of others. And unfortunately, well, not unfortunately, this is the result. It's energy binding. That is the consequence, energy binding. And so when you're energy binding, what happens when these forces come together? They have to be contained. And then you find that you carry a cross. And then there are schools who teach the double cross. And this is man's kind of little games that they play, but it just causes more and more binding. And it's come to a point where this sickness on this planet has put us in a heavy quarantine, where cheating, lying, wars, and stealing is an ongoing theme. And this has got to stop because we're never going to break this quarantine. We're never going to be able to break the gates of hell unless we change the picture, change the posture, change our relationship, get the energy flowing, and understand that what we emit is what we are. And if we emit the goodness and kindness and the benevolence of the universe, at the enhancement of others, that is what we will absorb. And our scheme is not just what's on our little tiny planet, but in the rest of the universe. The universe is a benevolent place, and it is full of satisfaction. On this planet, we use music, which incorporates frequency and rotation to give us emotional and physical satisfaction. Many play soccer, we set goals, and it's satisfying emotionally and physically. And so this is the universal language on Earth. And is it space bound? Well, how about plasma bound? Let's call it plasma bound as we deliver the universal body enhancement spaceship units. Understand that this is now the conveyor, the restoration of emotional and physical vitality. This is the gift of gifts. Giving and taking energy leads to creation. And then there's a progression of creation. And that leads to growth. And this is all done through absorption. That's what we talked about today. Absorption. How do we absorb energy? Well, we have to give and take energy, and it's the fundamental part of creation, co-creation, and procreation. This is the progress of creation. This is the growth. And what we emit is what we absorb at the speed of light, or plasmatically saying, at light speed. And so there you have the logo of the Universal Council. Man in his Magrav state, interacting with the rest of the universe. Energy comes, energy goes. There's a source, non-tangible source, connects to our soul. Understanding this eliminates the confusion. There's a connection between non-tangibility and tangibility, where we not only have material enhancement, we have body enhancement. This is the science. This is the plasma science that needs to be delivered in exchange for peace on Earth. And it's not that difficult. And the reason for it is because the soul is absorbing the universal energy, and it's automatic. That's why we are the messengers of peace and friendship on this earth. Thank you so much for listening. Over to you, Mark.
Well, thank you, Alex, for teaching and delivering such a beautiful teaching. We'd like to open it up to the participants. If someone has a question for Alex, I've asked him so many, I'm sure he may not want to hear from me. So let's open it up to the others who are here. Maybe for the first time, I see some newer names, but doesn't mean they actually are new, just that I'm unfamiliar with them. So the universe works in the same way as within the body of the man or the creation of a planet. These fields, Alex, if we understand one, we'll understand the other. One's just a little smaller, a universe within the body, as our universe in the unicos, let's say.
That's exactly right. So, you know, this is where mind is the builder. And what is the inspiration for the mind? So it's just kind of like, you have to look at the energy state, and so the higher energy feeds the lower energy. So, you know, you want to go on holidays, you've got a mental picture. Now you're all excited, you build up your emotion, and you work physically to make it happen. And then you go and enjoy the trip. Where did this inspiration come from? You want to do that on this planet, but we are soul travelers of the universe. So maybe we want to do the same thing in between planets or in between universes. We've never been able to consider that before. Now that we understand the rules of the game, and as we start to learn about the basics and add to the basics and use that to understand where we came from and why we came and where we're going and what are the consequences of failing to learn these lessons, then we can change our scheme. So our tiny little perfect world, gee whiz, I'd like to go on holidays, or maybe increase the size of the scheme, and gee whiz, maybe I'd like to go somewhere else. But the thing is, this is done peacefully, because if it's not done peacefully, you don't get to go. And you know, we have so many examples, and the funniest, and I say funny because it's a stupid human behavior and it's comical. You get on the plane, you know that now we have to do social distancing and wearing masks, and there's compromises on the plane. And then for you to argue with the stewardess or the pilot or the other passengers, and what are the consequences? Well, you don't get to go. You get an escort, and it's off the plane. What what a show! What a dramatization of everything we've talked about today. You emit what you are, and you absorb what you want. So,
Well, previously, when we were in research groups, I was thinking, since I worked in sort of HVAC water treatment for a while, I was thinking about systems that would enhance the sick building syndrome or the sick airplane syndrome. And this was before the corona. Now, as I understand it, they're going to be developing some of these small, let's say, environmental systems that can actually sort of cleanse a whole building or an airplane or even to your home. I think Mr. Kesh said there would be one for the home as well. So there's some new systems that were introduced as well in the last Knowledge Seekers workshop. And I only played a question that Mr. Kesh answered. I hope all of you will go and find this teaching and start from the very beginning, because Mr. Kesh said if you understand the first 10 minutes, you've understood a lot. So I would encourage everyone to go back and re-listen if you haven't heard it for the first time, or if you have.
Mark, you understand that what these systems are doing, they're changing the limitations of the range, right?
It's changing the environment conditions, yes?
Yeah, but
Just
there are
like
guidelines. There are guidelines and boundaries to that environment. So if you're within that environment, then whatever field you're creating energy-wise is what you're going to absorb within that range.
I know Mr. Kesh talked about these environmental systems where people can go into a room or perhaps the universal unit and everything. When you showed that picture with the fields, and I put the background back up, so if you want to go back to it, I understand the body enhancement unit will actually balance the fields between the space gaps and balance something that goes on within the space gaps is where the balancing actually takes place.
Yes, and Mark, again, when you're talking about these units that will clean up the environment, you're looking at the gap in between the magnetical gravitational boundary. You're looking at that field. When you look at the universal body enhancement unit, this is exceedingly complex, very, very sophisticated. So its range and field strength are greatly, greatly increased by orders of magnitude. And we, at this point in time, really don't know how big that field will be, except if you, it's like your car. You go inside your car, and how far will that car go? Well, that's up to the driver. So if you just want to go to the corner store, then that's a very narrow range. But if you want to take that car from the northern hemisphere to the southern hemisphere, well, you've just increased your range. So it's up to the driver, and the driver of the car is the soul of the car, isn't it?
I was thinking of the soul of the man and the soul of physicality. Obviously, they're right above each other in a way. But this space gap between them is where the universal unit will create the balance to amalgamate them, as I understand.
That's the interaction point. The space gap is the interaction point and allows you to, shall we say, move without, it allows motion without a motor. This is how motion is created in that space gap.
And so, if there was a problem with the physicality, and if that space gap gets the fields balanced or where they should be, the problem in the physicality apparently sort of disappears.
Well, because the physicality is a sentient being and is composed of cells which have souls. So these cell souls are communicated to by the soul of the body, which is communicated to by the soul of the man. And so the gaps in between is your emotional connection. And if you can change that, then the absorption will also change because now you're absorbing a different field.
I like
You're
it.
in a different environment, a different field, and it's up to the susceptibility of the receiver to open and allow this to happen. And because it's your body, you have control over that. So wouldn't it be nice, and this is what we've heard this before, would man be kind to mankind? Or would man be kind to himself?
Yes, I've heard that.
Right? But that's where it comes from. So, if you're the boss of your own body, and if you understand that you're the boss of your own body, then why would you abdicate the responsibility of your health to someone else? Okay, because our society has been conditioned to abdicate responsibility. But when you have the knowledge, it automatically causes you to have responsibility. And this is the confrontation that a lot of people have because, it's nice to go through life without responsibility. But you know what? It's nice to have a nice life too. And, when we are self-serving at the enhancement of others, then what we emit is what we absorb. So when we're emitting love and kindness, that's what we absorb. And isn't that what we all want? If we're emitting peaceful attitude, then that's what we will absorb, a peaceful attitude. Isn't that what we all want? Well, isn't it? If it isn't, I don't, call me crazy. I don't know. To me, that's as natural as the sun coming up in the morning.
Peace, you mean like a worry-free zone?
Well, yeah, the universe is bountiful. It gives you everything that you need as much as you want. So there's no need to worry about um, living in shortage. And there's no need to kill. There's no need to rob or steal. And when you understand the penalties that are associated, and I'm not talking about prison or whatever, but the binding energy that comes within your soul, which now you have to carry as your baggage. Why would you want to carry extra baggage? Life is tough enough as it is without you having to go out and actually manufacture more baggage to carry. Shed the baggage, make life more simple, and understand what a beautiful place this is and cherish it and work with it. That's why we're here. Nothing else is more important, not in my opinion. This is why I always say, well, if this is the most important thing, and if important is not important, then Oh yeah, we've got some football today. Does anybody know the score? Oh, it doesn't matter. I don't even know who's playing. That's pretty bad for a football fan. Eh? But you know, it is. We're in lockdown here in Canada, so the most important thing for us is to eliminate the lockdown. And there's a ways and means of doing that, and we're not going to discuss that today.
Well, Mr. Kesh did say in the clip I played that it's done more harm than good, these lockdowns, psychologically and probably for the interactions of people.
Well, yeah, it's a matter of opinion. You know, if you feel that 30% of the businesses going bankrupt is bad for the economy, then yeah, I guess. I'm just being sarcastic. It just, I just, you know, I'm struggling like everybody else. But you know, if you're in your early 20s, you've just come out of university, and you know, you're working in a restaurant to you know start your life, and then most of the restaurants, well, right now that is the worst business to be in. The number of bankruptcies in the restaurant industries, it's totally wiped out the industry. That's how, and it's not just restaurants; it's the entire hospitality industry that goes along with it. So restaurants, bars, movies, theaters, things to do with tourism. Oh, well, when you're locked down, there's no tourism.
I know in our administration here, they're purporting to want to do in the first 100 days, 100 million, let's call them vacations. That's what I was
Well, let's
saying.
talk about that next week, shall we? That from a lady asked me a couple of weeks ago, you know, and I said that, you know, we're going through some very exciting times. You know, the first couple of weeks of the year are probably going to be the most exciting of the whole year. And she asked why, and I think now that we're on the other side of those 2 weeks, we know why. Well, the next couple of weeks may not be as exciting, but they are sure going to be relevant. Yeah, this kind of conduct cannot continue. The our society is now bankrupt, and it's driven by morally bankrupt. So that's what we're absorbing. We're absorbing bankruptcy. We have to stop that, change that, flip it over, and look at the brightness in the future.
Okay, would someone else like to open their microphone? We have 51 participants here.
Hello, everybody. Again, it's Salomea. I am happy to be with you always. So that's why I start to talk. I have a question for Mr. Alex. Do you think that reality is a construct? And if it's not a construct, what is the role of consciousness? For me, consciousness means five senses: smelling, touching, seeing. What else we have?
Did you hear
Hearing.
Did you hear the
Hearing.
question, Salamia? I played your question to Mr. Kesh.
To Mr. Kesh? Yes, maybe. He is with us?
You asked him about the soul and the consciousness.
Yes. But is also related with the reality, because we are studying now that the reality is a physicality, and the reality is not only physicality. We have also plasma, and if plasma and physicality uh, are considered reality if they are a construct?
Yes, they are.
They are a construct.
Yes, you cannot have physicality without a plasmatic construct. And the plasmatic construct is the universal order of the creation of matters, which constitutes from antimatter, dark matter, and matter, which is the convergence of the plasmatic forces of the initial fundamental matter.
I see. And when we have consciousness only here in reality, because here in reality, in physicality, I mean, here we can smell, touch, hear,
Yeah,
see, because
the,
outside of physicality we can do this. So
that's right. The consciousness is a form artifact of physicality, and the
yes,
unconscious is a form artifact of your soul intention.
yes, yes. This I wanted to clarify. This linked with the first part and with your part, and now I think that is clear. That the soul, it's different, is linked with unconsciousness more. I think so, because
Yeah, for sure it is.
yes, yes, he comes from dynamic plasma and from principal matter, and there we don't have consciousness. We don't have
Yeah,
conscious
you
things. Yeah.
sure. And you understand that, we have a sympathetic and a
Excuse
parasympathetic
me.
network.
Excuse me. Dan, you're writing on the screen. Can you erase that, please? Thank you. Go ahead, Alex. Sorry.
Yeah, thank you. We have a sympathetic and a parasympathetic system in our body.
Mhm.
And if we didn't have these two functions, where one is taking care of things, what we call involuntary and voluntary muscle reaction, then you'd be too busy to ask the question, because you'd be issuing instructions to all the 70 trillion cells in your body, and frankly, you'd get quite tired. So it is this unconscious and involuntary activity that is going on in the background, which is a substructure for your physicality, and it's being taken care of automatically. And we see this taken care of in coma, people who are in a coma, because if medically if we say that they're brain dead, or unconscious, how come the body is still being taken care of? So that this is a classic example of that. The person who is in a coma cannot voluntarily take care of business, but it is taken care of involuntarily, and this is a very good thing. So the whole argument or discussion, if you will, between unconsciousness and consciousness is we have a delay in consequences on this planet because it's in the lowest energy state. And as a result, we get to see the manifestation of the consciousness, which is the form artifact of our activity on this planet, which is learning. The actual manifestation of the consciousness is called learning. And learning comes from the activity that we're doing on this planet. However, we are born with a knowledge. So this learning really is the bringing from the unconscious, which that knowledge is what we're born with, and it comes from the universal order of creation, and to bring it into consciousness, which is not so much learning as it is the awakening of our consciousness. And so when we become aware, which is what's happening now in the Keshe Foundation and has always been happening, that we have an awareness that we have been shortchanging ourselves with our small scheme. And our small scheme, when I said it's 5%, it's less than that. It's probably 0.5%. Even that would be, not fair. And the rest of the universe is magnanimous. And so, through our own misunderstanding of our positioning, that we see ourselves almost as solar centric. This is the wrong way to look at things.
Can I make it
There isn't.
simpler? Alex, do you
I
allow
thought I
me?
was doing pretty good, but you go ahead, Jalal.
You are.
Yes.
You are. And
Thank-
Jefferson has his
thank
hand
you.
up, so we're going to
Yes.
go to Jefferson after Jalal speaks. And I wanted Alex to give us a little bit of overview of your teaching in Brazil, and we thank you for the teaching
Sure.
here. And where will you be taking your teaching?
Let's do that later. Thank you for your question, Salamia. Jalal, you first.
Yeah,
Thank you for
it is very important. When you are working with conscious, this exists only when there is forcing. And when there is forcing, that means you are in the world of electron. But the space do not work in that behavior. The space work in the principle of accommodation. So in the world of accommodation, everything is clear. There is no need to, um, to work with conscious. As Mr. Cash explained, conscious when you need to see what is right and wrong. In space, everything accommodation. You don't need to see that. It's already, you cannot force. That is the meaning. You cannot force. Simple as that. Thank you.
Thank you, Jalal. Thank you.
Thank
Well
you,
said,
Jalal.
Jalal.
Yes. Jefferson has his hand up. Would you like to make a comment or ask a question? Thank you.
Hello, Mark. Can you hear me?
Yes, very well.
Oh, thank you very much for you all. It's always not only a pleasure, but interaction with all of us on these Sundays. And if you look at, let me see, the participants, you're gonna see something written like comunidade nascidos de young. What can I tell you? This guy or this gentleman, I have just known him today, earlier this morning, as Rafael just made the one meeting that we could interact with him. And he is from the Amazon region. And how can I say? It's so important for the all region in the Amazon. This guy just came as we wished for, because you have a problem in Amazon, so we must have something that, or someone who could help us. And he appeared, and he's got a lot of knowledge. The Cash Foundation knowledge for him is only 10 days. And he knows a lot of it because he's got his so elevated within the knowledge of the earth, the universe, the Indians, and all those peoples from the Amazon. You know?
This is Communidade?
I'm sorry, I beg your pardon.
Was this the person in the participants named Communidade?
Yes,
He's here with us.
Nascidos.
Yes, maybe he'd like to introduce himself. Does he speak English or would you need to translate?
I don't know exactly because I just met him. I know or he can read and understand English. I don't know whether he can speak, but I'm here to try to not make a translation word by word, but about his idea. if you allowed me to do this.
Sure. And you're saying this is a little more exciting than going to church or temple on Sunday?
Yes.
As we don't have any.
I think it's 3 times the order of magnitude above of that.
Yes, we don't have any intermediaries in a way, do we?
Yes, so that's the we're talking about. We're talking about the soul, the universe soul, the inner core of our planet souls, as well as the vertical people, the horizontal people, mineral peoples, and the gas people, because he's gonna be maybe our point in the Amazon.
Excellent. We'd love to hear from him.
Yes.
Or maybe you can mention that in Portuguese.
Orlando, abre o seu microfone clicando do lado esquerdo embaixo e pode falar o que você quiser, meu amigo. Estamos juntos. Espero poder corresponder a isso.
But Jefferson, if Alex was delivering this teaching in St. John's Cathedral, you would attend, wouldn't you?
Yes, I can attend anything that I can.
Thank you.
Pronto. Tá me ouvindo?
Sim, estou te ouvindo.
Pronto,
Você já está conosco.
pronto.
Você entendeu o que eu falei no início da mensagem ou não? Ou você gostaria de dar alguma mensagem, Orlando?
Não, por favor, se você tiver como repetir ou reduzir mesmo, assim, para mim repescar.
Ok. Ó, eu falei para eles o seguinte, que você é o maior representante da região amazônica. Você só conhece essa tecnologia há 10 dias. E você já tem o conhecimento e a prática através das suas interações emocionais e etc., com todos os povos amazônicos. Eu quis dizer que eu estou aqui para servir a você no que você precisar. Entendeu?
Okay.
E que você pudesse explicar em forma simples como que você pretende fazer isso, através dos índios e tal. Entendeu? Mais simples.
Entendi. Ok.
Você pode esperar só um pouquinho, que eu preciso falar isso para eles também, porque
tá
o lance da tradução tem esse problema. Você precisa falar, eu preciso compreender e explicar da forma correta. Não pode ter nuances. Então, eu vou falar em inglês para eles o que eu falei para você.
Ok,
entendi. Well, gentlemen, I'm just tell him that I believe he is going to be our light point in the Amazon. And he only knows this technology 10 days, but he doesn't need to know even 1 day if he's got his soul elevated. And I told him that I'm going to translate through his soul, not through his words. That's it. Thank you. Pode prosseguir, por gentileza, Orlando.
Ok. Me chamo Orlando Wallace Carvalho, sou de Manaus, Amazonas, Brasil. E tenho uma enorme satisfação de hoje fazer parte da Fundação NACT Brasil.
what he's going to say that his name is Orlando Carvalho, and he's got so much satisfaction to be a part of Cash Foundation Brazil. Pode lá.
Temos uma fundação de desenvolvimento, uma instituição de desenvolvimento sustentável, onde vamos trabalhar com o projeto dentro das regiões da Amazônia, Brasil, e hoje também incluindo em nossos projetos, que é o tratamento copo uma vida da água de todos os seres, animais, aves, em geral, em nossa região Amazônia, Brasil.
Okay. What Orlando is saying, first of all, his name is Orlando, as I told you. And he'd like to say that we're looking for the sustainability of all vertical, horizontal, minerals or gases, souls. Not only Amazon, because if you make it in Amazon, you're going to make it to the whole world due to the environment conditions. That's my point, just as a comma or between or something like that. Orlando, eu falei para você exatamente o que você falou e eu só acrescentei que com essa tecnologia cache, nós conseguimos passar através de campos energéticos e plasmáticos muito para todo mundo ao mesmo tempo, porque não existe, né? Isso eu vou falar no outro parágrafo, né? Não é exatamente cartesiano. Go ahead.
Ok. Ok. Nós aqui de Manaus estamos dando início, a partir de hoje, em uma nova meta, onde vamos organizar os voluntários colaboradores da Fundação Cash para alcançar, através desse conhecimento tecnológico, o copo uma vida. E daqui de Manaus, também, a partir dessa semana, eu vou estar entrando em contato com os representantes de aldeias e outros representantes dentro de municípios para incentivá-los e encaminhá-los para essa tecnologia da Fundação Cash. Ok.
What Orlando is saying, that today he has traced a new aim that he can make this Cash Foundation technology to reach most of the people that he can. Vai lá, Wallace.
Ok. Eu já tinha um tratamento orgânico através de suprimentos naturais, de ervas, grãos da própria natureza. Então, eu já tinha uma conexão, a qual eu chamo de sagrado, que é o universo, que é a força, o cósmico, toda a Taurus e toda a criação. Então, quando eu encontro a tecnologia do plasma da Fundação Cash, para mim isso só fortaleceu e me deu certeza de que isso que precisamos, planeta, sermos um só povo, uma só nação, dentro desse conhecimento, ok?
What he's saying now that through this his knowledge of the cosmos, Taurus, and creation of a specific plasma within his strength, he's gonna make it the Cash Foundation technology to go forward because it explains. I'm gonna say something from my mind. I don't know. Vai lá, Wallace.
Então, como na primeira semana que estou em aprendizado, alcancei a compreensão, esse entendimento, já estou utilizando a água H2O, água plasmada, e no mesmo instante que passamos a usar, minha esposa, que tinha uma rinite alérgica nasal, ficou se sentindo bem, não teve mais irritação, não teve mais problemas. Então, todo o tempo eu utilizava os suplementos, mas não conseguiu eliminar essa rinite alérgica, né? Mas com o plasma, com a água de plasma, no mesmo instante acabou. Até hoje nós estamos já no 9º amanhecer e ela está muito bem. Okay.
What Orlando is sharing here, that the same instant that he has made the cup of life interact with the fields, he gave it to his wife. She used to have a lot of problem of allergy and the breathing system, just like it's like sneezing a lot for all her life long. And after using this water, she just stopped this. So he used to make a lot of supplements by himself with his knowledge of his thoughts or beliefs. He could make the people's life better. I'm saying now, not that he is saying, but what he said earlier this morning. So I know what he said. And he said that this technology just came and gave an answer for all the things that he was thinking, studying, and putting in practice. That's my vision, what he said earlier this morning. And then I'll tell him to him all of this. Vai lá, Orlando.
Ok. E já distribuí para 2 famílias. A primeira família, o rapaz estava com a família toda infectada, ele já passou a ingerir, né, a água, tomar a água plasmada, e sentiu também seu corpo que estava debilitado, sentiu-se muito bem. Já passei para ele também a água de plasma para ele passar a produzir e ele vai também construir em sua residência para ele ter, e a família e os amigos e parentes também ele vai passar a divulgar. Okay?
He is saying that he has helped two families to make the one cup, one life. And they easily, very easily, got better only by taking this situation. He took the water to their residence, and they felt they're pretty good. As we know, that's my opinion again. One cup, one life, there is no mistaking. If everyone in the world make one cup, one life, because it is the seventh cup. That's okay, closing this. Vai lá, Orlando.
Ok. E a partir de essa semana, nós vamos estar com a Fundação Cash anunciando para conseguir, através dos representantes, alguns representantes da região da Amazônia, Brasil, nós vamos reunir e combinar um horário onde possamos fazer uma reunião com esses representantes para o Rafael Teixeira, nosso diretor Brasil, falar e se apresentar essa tecnologia que é um presente do universo para nós, para todo o universo. Okay.
Eu gostaria de agradecer muito à Fundação Cash pela presença agora na Amazônia e também a reunião que nós tivemos hoje e que vai continuar aí com o Rafael Teixeira, que é o representante da Fundação Cash no Brasil, e nós vamos continuar. I would just like to tell, I think that I'm speaking in Portuguese, sorry. The Cash Foundation official site. We are looking for representatives in the Amazon, and Rafael have made this contact. And we're going to have the representative of Cash Foundation and all of this technology. And that's what he said. Vai lá, Orlando.
Então, eu conto com todos os apoiadores e conto também em breve temos bons resultados acerca do que Manaus, a região de Manaus, hoje está passando por essa calamidade. Por falta desse conhecimento da Fundação Cash. Por falta desse conhecimento, Manaus está sofrendo grandes perdas de seus parentes, entes queridos. Acho que em breve, com o apoio dos grupos apoiadores que existe no Brasil e no mundo, né, nós teremos grande sucesso e alcance desse povo que habita os ribeirinhos, comunidades e moradores dentro da floresta, chamados de índios. Okay?
What Orlando Wallace is pointing out here that we are one. If you have this technology working together with your soul elevation, may I say, he didn't said it exactly, but I'm telling about my soul connected with his soul, connected with the soul of all of you, that the Amazon region and the Indians and the poorest people, they are gonna to receive it because we are here to turn into new book. That's my saying. Okay, let's make it one again. The new book of Mr. Cash. Mr. Cash can say something about this. I don't know. He closed one book. And I would like to know whether he's going to open another book. Desculpe, eu vou traduzir isso aí para... sorry, I'm going to translate what I said to our friend Orlando. Orlando, eu estou dizendo o seguinte, que essa tecnologia, ela é tão fantástica, tão maravilhosa, pode ser distribuídas à distância. É só ensinar um copo, uma vida.
Sim.
E que o Mr. Cash, ele encerrou a página de um livro, mas ele abriu a página de outro livro. E todos nós somos protagonistas desses livros, através de tudo isso que nós estamos vendo que está acontecendo agora, nesse instante.
Eu queria falar um pouco sobre nossos projetos como instituto que estamos documentando. Eu posso falar um pouco sobre isso?
Eu não sei se dá para a minha bola ir tão longe, entendeu?
Uhum.
Nós estamos juntos, mas vamos focar só mais nessa parte. Por quê? Porque não dá para eu transmitir o seu campo plasmático que você quer realmente transmitir, de repente, por palavras, entendeu?
Entendi.
Orlando was asking me if I could, if he could proceed talking a lot of projects of his own in the many areas, but I told him that my English and my thoughts could not reach that feeling that we can make it maybe throughout the Facebook, maybe throughout the Instagram. I will tell him about this. I didn't tell you yet. And I will tell him that we welcome him to our initiative. And how could I say, the Cash Foundation? Let's say words would be in the Amazon, would be something like Vitória Regia. That's the name of a flower from the Amazon that's beautiful. So the Vitória Regia is going to mean the Cash Foundation effort in the Amazon. We are a huge country, just like a continent. So we must make it clear where, which region we are talking about. And I think Vitória Regia, it's a beautiful a flower. If you can check it and Wikipedia, you're gonna see. So I think that I'm gonna translate all of this to the Orlando later on. Thank you. Orlando, eu falei um monte de coisa aí sobre flores e elevação de alma, tanto dos animais, como dos verticais, como dos gases, entendeu? Quanto das águas, tudo
Sim.
funciona, tá? Mas nós vamos ficar em contato que nós vamos elevar
Sim.
juntos o flip
Certo.
do plasmático magnético gravitacional positivo para o negativo ou vice-versa, dependendo da nossa vontade.
Certo.
Obrigado. What was telling to this wonderful soul that come together with us that we are magnetic fields, so you can change the flip of the energy of, as Mr. Alex always teach us. We can flip it. Only one, maybe electron, plasmatic electron, or maybe one neutron, electron, maybe, or maybe a proton. Since it comes from the center, everything is worthwhile because you're giving freely. I'll tell him later on about this. Thank you very much. He's saying thank you very much to you all. I will ask him if he's gonna say something to finish, because I don't want to stay all this evening longer. Orlando, você gostaria de dar umas palavras finais?
Que sim, nós aqui de Manaus, da Amazônia, Brasil, me sinto abençoado por estar fazendo parte hoje, conhecendo essa tecnologia cada vez mais e fazer parte aqui também dessa reunião. Me sinto muito abençoado por isso e peço a todos benevolência para que estejamos sempre juntos assim, nessa sintonia, ok? Um abraço, sejam todos abençoados.
What he's saying that is, he feels like to be blessed to be here with all of you, and the Amazon region, it's feeling the same, and he's just say thank you very much for you listening and understanding that we are one. Thank you very much.
Let him know he has friends all over the world sharing the same knowledge.
Mr. Alex, or better, Mark, saying, Mr. Mark está dizendo para você que, da mesma forma que você está sentindo, é porque você não está sozinho. Você já está conectado com todas as almas do nosso planeta e do universo.
Ok, me sinto abençoado.
Okay, Mark, he said, I bless you. Thank you very much.
And again, it's not my knowledge, it's Mr. Kesh's knowledge that he's sharing with humanity.
Mark está dizendo que esse conhecimento não é dele, sim do Mr. Kesh, que é quem criou todo esse conhecimento e pertence a Ele esse conhecimento que está nos dando livremente.
And not,
Tell him that, I told you that.
not only here, tell him across the Unicos.
A Marx está dizendo que não é somente daqui, não. É totalmente através do universo cosmo. Essa energia está vindo do
Sim,
cosmos.
sim, compreendo, entendo. E acredito dessa forma também.
He said, Mark, that he believes in this, and he understands in the same way that you're saying.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Orlando.
Obrigado, Orlando.
Ok. Obrigado.
Now, Dan has put something into the chat. Would you like to share something about that, Dan?
No, it's just translation from Portuguese in English.
I thought you had something with your wife with a little
No.
there.
It's translation from the what you say Orlando in the English.
Got it. Okay, thank you. I thought it was you personally.
Sorry for it. I have another question. I didn't get the time to tell to Mr. Alex. It's about absorption. He said that absorption can be between the same fields, if we have the same fields. And how we can absorb from the same fields if it's not, how do you say? I don't know the word. If I am weaker, I will absorb from the strongest. And if he's strongest, how is the same this field? I would like to understand, if he can explain.
Hello, Salmia. Again, the emission is first by there's 2 points here. One is you basically are always emitting what you are. You know, it's hard to emit something that you are not. So the moment you emit, you've created a weakening or a humbleness, and so you absorb what you are. You absorb what you've emitted to supplement, and that's how you maintain the Magrath position. The question really is our point of view. If we are choosing to emit the weakest field, the physicality, then that's what we will absorb. But if we emit the field from our soul, then that's what we will absorb. And when I'm saying this, I allude to your first question, which has to do with consciousness and unconsciousness. And as Jalal so eloquently pointed out, the soul doesn't have to force anything. The soul only provides honesty and truth. You cannot be soulfully insincere. That is impossible. So if the emission comes from the soul level, then the absorption will come to the soul. And that will always be the benevolence of the universe. So it's a matter for us is how do we interact? How do we be the catalyst and the conveyor of this information? So the challenge for a lot of people based on our environment and our education has been to try and understand education and spirituality from the physicality up. And that's just the upside down. we are already plasma beings. We're born with the knowledge. It's a matter of becoming aware. And the moment you become aware, you activate it. And at this point in time, then you cultivate it and play with it and trust it. As Jalal says, you have to trust it or force it. And it's easy to trust on an unconscious level, and it's not something that you have to do on a conscious level. More importantly, what you have to do on a conscious level is to be aware of your conduct and to be aware of what you're doing. And so a lot of that motivation drives those actions. But are we certain that those actions are not driven by preconditions from our society or preconceptions from our emotional actions? The truest guidance for our conduct comes from the soul. So, as I once, a policeman once asked me, about breaking the law. And I asked him, is it man-made law or universal law? And he nearly had a mental breakdown because, see, the way the authorities are working is from the point of man-made law, and they totally discount universal law. If we would all abide by the universal law, we wouldn't have to have so much emphasis on the man-made law. But the original creation of the man-made law was to follow the universal law and to interpret it in words, in man-made words. But that has led to abuse as well, because now we have spurious laws which really amount to nothing more than just man-made control. And on a soul level, man can control himself if he would only tune into his soul and then understand, open, allow, become aware, and then understand. And we all can understand at a different rate. And this is where the gentleman from the Amazon is seeing right through it very, very quickly. And some of us were going to take years and many more years. But fundamentally, our conduct comes from the soul.
And Mr. Kesh has stated to us, I can teach you as much as you can absorb. Jefferson has his hand up again, I think. That's fine.
Thank you,
Jefferson, or
I'm sorry. No. It was from the last part.
okay.
Just listen. Thank you. I put it down. Thank you, Mark.
Mark, good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, Kay.
Kay, yes, this is Kay from London. Just had a quick question, if it ever makes sense, from Alex, please. We've got our soul of creation, which is plasma, and it is also a source. We also have a soul of physicality. And when we do manage to interact, if we are conscious to know that they're interacting, or even when we are not at the level that we understand they are interacting, so at the same time they interact, so they create another soul within the interaction. What is the role of that soul if this ever happens?
That's an excellent question. I would we require a manifestation, and in order to get that, there has to be a magnetical gravitational balance. So what you're referring to is a co-emission. In my interpretation of your question, so in other words, an example of a co-emission would be, I'm teaching you today, and so I'm giving knowledge. unlike money, I am not consuming myself in the giving of the knowledge. And so we find that when we are giving, that there is a self-serving benefit to that. So that's the primary motivation. Number one, it obviously with respect to knowledge, it gives me an opportunity to articulate the thoughts. And then number two, it gives me a chance to compare to see, if I'm successful and what my original intention was. So that's the learning part of the life. However, there's no obligation on your part to accept my co-emission. So when I say co-emission, if I'm giving you knowledge, it doesn't leave me with a hole in my head. It's not like if I give you money, I can't give you money if I don't have it first. But if I give you money, I'm going to have less money. If I give you knowledge, I'm not going to have less knowledge. This is the difference between a man-made world and a plasma world. Now, there is no rule that says that you have to accept the knowledge. If you accept the knowledge, then it becomes an entity. And at that point in time, if you want to build on it, then that becomes an idea, and that idea manifests itself. So in order for it to begin manifestation, it has to have a soul. So every kind of energy field will have that. So you could have a plasmatic manifestation and a physical manifestation. You do not have to have a physical manifestation, but you have to have a plasmatic manifestation. So in other words, there is no manifestation without a plasmatic manifestation. So how can an idea come to fruition? So for instance, you're an architect and you want to build a stadium. You can't do it yourself, but it's a concept. And so you put it out there and you bring a team together, and everything from design and financing to the administration to the actual building, all of this comes together. It comes from a concept, and that concept formulates, and then it manifests physically into a reality. So this is where the mind is the builder. But in order for the mind to begin that, it has to have an inspiration, and that comes from the soul. Well, and where does the soul get its inspiration from? Well, that comes from the universe. So when you take things into account and when you keep things in a context, you decide how large a scheme. You decide how much you take into account. So apparently, I'm teaching a class to X number of people on the panel. Is it restricted to just these people that are on the panel? In physicality, today, yes. But down the road, it gets submitted to the Spaceship Institute, it'll be available to others. Physically, there's a delay in consequences, but there is a soul connection because someone somewhere will be attracted to it if they have the affinity for it. So they have to open up the awareness to accept the signal, because the signal is going everywhere all the time. So I cannot control the emission. I can just unconditionally emit, and without penalty, without being consumed in that regard. And if the success of what I transmit is going to be based on is going to be based on my soul. So, this causes a responsibility, and as such, I feel the pressure of that responsibility. So I made a class today. Did anyone check it? No. So I could say anything that I want. Will you accept it? Well, you won't accept it if it's incorrect. And do I want to submit that if it's incorrect? Well, too many people do, and they get away with it because of censorship, double speak, not understanding the meaning, or just obfuscating the reality. So if we're looking for and seeking the truth, we have to convey the image and the meaning with truth. And what we have achieved with the Brazilian teaching group is so there are Brazilian classes, public classes, and we're also training the teachers. And we've come to a level where we know that a picture is worth 1,000 words. And so what is a plasma construct worth? It has to be worth more, and it's going to be worth more than at least an order of magnitude. So we have graduated from a man-made construct into a plasmatic construct. And I can't express to you the feeling, because I would have to express that to you in man-made words. So this is the thing. Once I learned this, I found it very difficult to speak with people who were chronic liars, because I found that they were lying. I wasn't listening to the words, I was listening to their intent. And I didn't have to do this consciously, that this was, I had to practice it, but part of the practicing was just being aware that, you know, that I even had this awareness, okay? And then I found myself in a very difficult situation where I had to pretend that I didn't see them lying. And, you know, that this is not the way to operate. It's very easy to be truthful, and it's most important to be truthful to your own soul. And people will take it the way they wish to take it. And so it all depends on what they absorb. If they only absorb the words, then you can see how limiting it is, because that is the lowest of all the energy fields. But I'm not sending one energy field. It's a hybrid. And so you as an absorber, you get to pick and choose what you absorb. And so the more you open and allow, you don't just absorb it from me, but you absorb it from the environment as well. And then you have compound. A compounding is a system gain, and we call that synergy. And you combine that with the energy, which is benevolent from the universe, and is coming unconditionally all the time. Then once you hit a certain point of energy consumption where you have to switch levels, this is where the elevation comes in, and you just do that automatically. You don't have to go into a physical room and flip a switch. It just happens automatically, and it's truly wonderful. And as I say, this is what's happened to me with the Brazilian teachers. We have a very strong crew coming up. I hope I've answered your question. It's a very good question, and thank you so much.
Thank you so much. God bless you.
Mark, we're having a great afternoon. Over to you, buddy.
Well, we've reached the 3-hour mark. I don't want to have a marathon going, but I
So
do.
quick.
3, yes, it's timeless.
My God.
I'm here for the duration, but would anyone else like to ask a question, have a comment, would like an explanation on something, or just the way someone else would see or share knowledge?
There is a knowledge seeker hidden in the background. We want to hear him.
Well, he wants to just observe, and that's fine. We all love to hear from him, and we all sense his presence.
Just if anyone asks the right question.
Well, if I may please, it's not really well, it's a health question, but I think it can be answered, so we don't infringe on the YouTube's rules and regulation. Um, Quite a few people have been telling me that, actually even myself, they have lost a lot of hair, believe it or not, hair from their head, due to Corona. I'm wondering, is it coincidence or is it really due to Corona? Has anybody experienced that they have lost, considerable amount of hair because of the Corona?
Would that be from a stressful situation?
I don't think so. Actually, half a dozen people that I know, and then at least 3 or 4 members of my family back home in Iran, they have lost tremendous amount of hair, especially the female aspect side of it. And they have so much hair, but they have lost a lot of hair. And even in here, me and my younger daughter, we've lost a lot of hair. And then 3 or 4 other people that I know in here, who's told me as well, could this be due to Corona? Is that we're losing hair just like that? I mean, they've never lost hair like this. Even I did. My youngest daughter, she had luxurious hair, and then she lost half of her hair already. And it's been very hard for me to give anybody any answer because I haven't heard of all this time anything rising or being due to coronavirus. I was just wondering, anybody who's on a panel has any information or has come across or experienced anything like that, and if there was,
could it be emotional where you want to be noticed, so you lose your hair so you can show that you are under stress or you are feeling stressful? Or
I don't know, it could be, but
most
it
of
is
these
odd.
things, yes, I agree. I haven't heard that, although I have heard the taste and the smell.
Yes, the taste and smell. In my case and my younger daughter's case, we actually lost quite a lot of hair last year in around about April, and we never ever had Corona. And a few of them, which is happening in London just recently, people that I've been dealing with. So just recently they have experienced it. My own family back in Iran and a lot of other people that my family has given GANs, my brother has given GANs to, they have also noted and complained about the colossal amount of hair they've lost. At least 60-70% of their hair has all been lost and all that. So we're just wondering if anybody experienced it. I'm not sure really if it's got anything to do with emotion. It could most probably be, but I never had me and my daughter never had the coronavirus last year. So I was just wondering if anybody had any experience or any ideas.
Well, might I say, absence that, make it simple and look at if it's an environmental issue. Maybe it's an exposure to a poison or a chemical or something. Try to see if you could find a correlation amongst people that, make it a simple or investigation outside of the corona. Maybe it's environmental or it's an exposure to a poison or something.
Thanks, Steve, but it may not be because I'm in here in London with my youngest daughter, and then these are 100%. I mean, 2 of my sisters, they have got so much hair, they don't know what to do with it, but they have lost it all last year, and they're still losing hair. So there is no really correlation at all. It is definitely coronavirus issue, 1,000,000%.
Could it?
But I don't know how. But
could it be that they just want to say they're uncomfortable with this situation?
Perhaps. I never had it though. Me and my second daughter, we never had coronavirus. So, and I definitely don't want to lose my hair. No men would want to lose their hair. But I've lost half of my hair last year.
When the situation changes. But yes, that's what it would. First thoughts of what it comes to me is that there, as Mr. Kesh said in the clip we played, that humanity is under a tremendous amount of pressure and it needs to be relieved rapidly.
Perhaps, I think maybe subconsciously we are under pressure and manifest itself in this manner.
Yes, through the emotions, as people can't do what they want to do, or go where they want to go, or be with who they want to be with, or so many different things. Can't go to work.
Yes, it's
Stress
definitely a
on
lot of
the
pressure.
income. My income is drastically gone down, although I had a capital gain. However, I think I made more as a teenager than I actually made in work last year.
Yeah.
And I'm going on 65 years old.
A lot of people are on that boat, unfortunately. So, okay, so that we haven't got any definitive answer as such, because it could be, it's subjective and it could be wide open. In that case, does anybody know that we could use certain GANs, maybe perhaps bring, the regrowth of hair or stimulate the hair follicle to at least to replace
Yes.
those which has been lost?
Yes, Mr. Kesh said we do know how to grow hair.
We
Especially
do.
he was going to come in as Susie at one point and grow some long hair perhaps. But yes, he said we do know how to do that. I don't know particularly how to do that, but I'm sure it's in the knowledge.
I'll be definitely embracing it, and I'll be making a lot of people happy, because on top of all the stress and destitution that humanity has been subjected to with this virus as an excuse, as a platform for them to do what they've done, now they have to put up with this loss of hair, especially for girls, is a lot. It's a lot to take in. So I think if I was to come up with some sort of ideas through foundation, or somebody who has already experienced and used certain GANs or combinations of GANs where they could regain their hair growth, a lot of people will be happy. I think it
This
will help
can
them a
be
great
done.
deal.
This can be done.
I'm all ears if anybody knows. Danny says zinc oxide can help a great deal.
Randy has his mic open. Randy, would you like to?
Yes. In my quest to bring my own hair back, I found that my body was excreting some kind of an oil around the hair follicle, and it was actually stopping the hair from getting out of the hole in the top of the head. So once I scrubbed all this oil off the top of my head by changing my pH of the body and my scalp, my hair is starting to come back. And this has taken about 3 years to bring it back, but at least they got some peach fuzz up there. There's something happening. So I think we've got to be very careful the kind of oils we even cook with, because when I went away from fried foods and things, that's about part of it back. So that's just my 2 cents here on how to bring the hair back. But I think stress has got a lot to do with it, because the whole planet's under stress right now. Everybody's feeling everything. We want to get back to normal, but what's normal?
Yes, I know.
I passed the talking stick.
When you're under stress, the herpes can manifest, and so on and so forth. So stress can cause a lot of problems within the body of the man, I think.
Yeah, as well as shingle and ringworms. They appear from nowhere. I know a couple of people who've had attack of shingles and ringworm because of the stress. I mean,
Well,
obviously,
they don't appear from nowhere. They
no.
through the emotions, I believe.
So zinc would help a great deal, because it will. So if it is definitely, if it is emotion driven, these phenomenon like herpes, and I'm sure zinc oxide will help a great deal, as well as CO2 will help greatly in bringing back to balance. At least get rid of maybe shingles and ringworms. That's what I think. If anybody else has got an idea, I'll definitely appreciate it.
Is the ringworm an actual worm, or is it
No,
some sort
no.
of virus?
Is just ringworm is like shingles. So I don't know if they're bacterial or viral. So it only appears when you're under a lot of stress, just like herpes. Herpes just comes out around the lips, and when you're stressed and weak. But ringworms and shingles, they come all over your body. It comes on your skin. It could be on your face. It could be on your thighs, on legs, on the stomach. And then the skin gets discolored, and the ringworms, they call it a ringworm. There's no worms there. It's just like circular. It's like, So you get discoloration of your skin in a circular patch, like a half a penny or half a cent circular patch. It's like 4 or 5 millimeters of diameter, or 6, 7 maximum millimeters of diameter. So that's a ringworm. And then shingles, blisters a little bit. I mean, I never got them, but I know people who have because of these stresses. They never had it as such, but recently they've had a lot.
Well, Mr. Cash says about the herpes on the lips, it's something you can't speak about, and then it manifests there, but it's something, and I can't recall exactly, but it's something
Come from
that
dream.
yes, from the dream, I know that, but you can't speak about it for some reason, and it manifests there in that position.
Yeah, it is some sort of stress.
Has
So
anyone else
think about
experienced hair loss or problem with hair? Just to, but he said it's there and where he is, and in another country where his family is.
so Mark, think about what kind of in a context what you just said, how something that we can't speak about, like vacations, and that a lot of people get what looks like candida or psoriasis or ringworm or shingles from having taken vacations. And so what we see is that once the you interact with the GANs and the plasma, is that it becomes it works its way through eliminating those vacations or those poisons that you've been exposed to in the past. So in a way, it's a way of bringing these things to the surface, and how Mr. Kesh has talked about how the emotion and the skin is like that tells you how the person's feeling in a way. And so it's a way of I don't know if it's not, don't want to say it's detoxifying, but it's a way of bringing what's causing issues in the matter state to the surface of the human to deal with it, and it causes a lot of problems. And so that's why I said it's kind of almost like it's like something we can't speak about now, vacations, and how. And so for the person that asked the question, if you're originally you were from another country and you came to a new country, what vacations did you have to take to become part of that? You know, look at the history of your medical and see whatever you've been exposed to over your lifetime that manifests later on as shingles or ringworm or candida or psoriasis. These are that's kind of keeping it simple, but actually it's kind of complex. It's what you've kind of been exposed to throughout your life,
And
if that helps.
maybe young people are thinking, well, or this is she a young lady, Kay?
My younger daughter is only 17 years of age. She has
Right. So
luxurious hair, but my two sisters who are back home in Iran. They're fairly young, 32, and then the other one maybe 38. They always had luxurious hair. I mean, really luxurious. I mean, our family always had luxurious hair. But it is also a lot of people who we know back home who has been, in this environment, everybody has been suffering because of the coronavirus.
Tremendous amount, of stress.
A lot of people actually. I mean,
pressure.
I myself know at least maybe 2-3 dozen back home. 2-3 dozen people back home are crying about the amount of hair they've lost, and I get this information because of my brother who has been making a lot of gowns for them, as well as my family who I'm in contact with all the time. So yes, and then in here, me and my youngest daughter have lost quite a lot of amounts of hair, but that happened last April, May. But also recently, 3 or 4 people that I've been knowing about coronavirus, they're also crying about how much hair they've lost. So yeah, so it is definitely related to this particular problem. Is not environmental or anything, but shingle and things like that obviously is a stress driven. And yes, and as Steve was mentioning, maybe it's got something to do with past history. And now that you're under stress because of all this lockdown, you don't go to school, you don't go to work, you don't earn money, and family are inside the house, and doing the same routine things, yes. So you go under pressure and stress, and then maybe shingle and ringworm and psoriasis, as Steve was mentioning, it will appear and manifest itself. But the hair loss is definitely driven from this phenomenon that we are all suffering from at the moment, this virus.
Yes, I can see as a young woman, she'd probably want to trying to figure out how is she ever going to meet someone, to have a family, if this doesn't stop the situation that we're in. And it's probably causing a tremendous amount of internal emotions.
Yeah.
If you allowed me, I can help you. Myself, I lost half my hair in India because I got typhoid there. And once again, I went to visit my sister in hospital, and I got, I don't know, a virus, a bacteria. I don't know what I got from there. I just visited her. And again, my hair went from my, and we have to work in two ways, from interior to exterior, and from exterior to interior. From exterior to interior, we can use coconut oil. I don't know if you find, because it's banned to export from India, but it is a very good remedium, coconut oil, and to drink coconut oil and to put on your hair. I think that you can buy from the market this coconut and you drink. And to buy for special from the hair is, the name is coconut oil from hair. You put on your hair and you stay one day, and after you wash, before washing. But in interior, you need also vitamin and minerals. You have to help your physicality.
Can I
I think that you,
can
yes.
I jump here, please?
Do we have any hair experts on the panelist who'd
Yes.
like to come in?
I am hair expert. I have a lot of hair.
God bless you, Jalal. God
And
bless you.
also my hair is very nice now because I use this. I use a nano life pack, means with more than 69 vitamins and minerals. And I use this coconut oil, and you will be okay. You will see, you will recover.
If Salomia, if
Yes.
you go to one park and this TV tell you take this water and it will grow your hair, and you see hundred and thousand of people do that, and they confirm you take this water and it will grow your hair again. We speak about forcing and accommodating. Look, why you need the hair? What is the position of the hair? What is the function of the hair? What it do in the body? Before you say if you are losing hair or you are getting more hair. What is the function of the hair?
He protects from the cosmic rays, which maybe are not very good, and also from chemical things. He protects our
hair,
our scalp.
The hair in the this plasma knowledge is like the nano structures. What is the nanostructures? It's like a magnet. Give and receive energy.
Field.
So, yes. So, in the way, it's due to your physicality. If it need this sort of energy, or it do not need this sort of energy. When we see, when you are young, your hair is black because it consumes a lot of energy, it releases a lot of energy, so it needs this color. When you go old, your hair go to gray and then white, because he do not, the body do not work with this sort of energy. Now, before he's working in, let's say, 24 volt, now he's working in 12 volt. So he need to change the structure of the receivers and the senders. When you lose a hair, that means there is, your body is trying to accommodate the energy which is he's receiving or he's emitting out. And all about what they say about this vitamin and this cream and this all, it's to your belief. And when you believe in something, your emotion, which is control everything, the sort of energy it receives, the sort of energy which it needs. So the physicality have no say. Go to the emotion side of it and solve this problem.
And
Thank you.
Lissy put in the chat, spray always days in my hair, cup 1. Now it's more black, brilliant, and more beauty. Lissy, can you open your microphone? Tell us more.
Hello.
Yes.
My English is not perfect, you remember? But
Yes, you're perfect. Go
put,
ahead.
put in my hair, but more for my head, more, not for my hair, only for my head, for protect all body. But I see 2 or 3 months ago, I see, oh, my hair is more brilliant, more black, it's more beauty. I say, wow. And my friend said, the other friend put always the against you, and you hear, and not that and you had, but now hair. It's calvo. I don't remember the speaking in English, calvo.
Bald.
It's not her. And she say, in 1 month, see difference her. Not completely, but I don't know now, continue, no use it. But for me, better.
I just saw your
And,
picture. It looks
and put
beautiful.
and put for protect my body only, but it's better for me. You understand my English crazy?
Yes, I just saw your picture on the screen. Your hair is beautiful.
I, oh my goodness. Maybe I find, or one moment and share my hair, okay?
Just your hair.
Yeah, only my hair.
So
Yes,
Lizzie,
maybe.
Lizzie,
Yes.
sorry to bother you. It's Kay again. So what, you spray the cup 1 directly into your hair, into your skull, all over?
I don't deserve completely, but always I put in my body for protect, but obviously put in my head. In my head have hair, and put on the time. In actually is better. Only put for protect. Only put for protect my head. That's it. But my hair is brilliant now. It's much better.
Okay, and how many times do you spray on your head? 5, 6, 7 times a day?
No, one different days lost, but put in is better now. So not always there, always time at the day. No, one a day. That's it.
Once a
Or
day.
2.
Thank you ever so much.
And you too. And thank you for all.
So Jalal, come back, please.
You'll have to sign up as a private student and you can be in Jalal's class. And again, if you do sign up, anyone who's not a private student, it's only €100 a year. And you can, there's many classes to attend, plus all the archives become available to you. And you can attend one class a week or many classes a week or just one class a year if you'd like. But at least you have it all opened up to you. And as this information may be disappearing from certain points in the internet, it would be nice to for you to enhance your knowledge by becoming or applying to become a private student of the Kesh Foundation. Go ahead, Stephen.
No, I was just gonna, Jalel glossed over the most important part. I think that, I mean, he didn't gloss over it, is that it goes back to how the emotion creates the physicality. And that's why I wanted to kind of ask Mr. Kesh how the woman from Europe who went from being a certain color and a certain structure, similar to the two Chinese doctors that turned to a different race and a different color, how the understanding how we've been taught how the front of the body is different than the back of the body, how your emotion determines how you manifest. And for all these things that you are linked to in physicality, your hair, how you look to other people, that really the GANs is making, see, that's, I think, the beauty of the GANs is that it bridges the gap between the subconscious emotion and the conscious emotion to work out issues that people have with their physicality. Whereas you think that your physicality determines your emotion, well, actually your emotion determines your physicality. And so if you apply these salves or these widgets or these other things to your physicality, how it may soothe an emotion, but it doesn't actually get to the actual, I don't want to say trauma, but it looks as if our whole life is a trauma of sorts. And because, as Mr. Kesh has said, I believe he said that man has come to believe that they were born to suffer. And so how do we get away from that? And how do we reconcile that our emotion actually creates our physicality? It creates every aspect of it. And so when you see certain things happening to you, it's because there's something is being resolved, or something is being interacted with, especially if you're exposing yourself to the GANs and the plasma. And so I just wanted to know if sometimes I don't speak it in the right way, but if Jalel would talk about that, the emotion and how it creates the physicality.
No, look, the soul is created the physicality and bring the emotion to be responsible to exchange the information and the knowledge and the energy. But the emotion, because it have access to the world of the soul, in a way, as Mr. Cash explained it, like, a president and prime minister and people. So the prime minister want to be in this position of the president. He want to take over, to be in this place. But this is what is wrong. So it's the emotion, which is the contact between the soul and what its function and what its need, and the physicality and how it's operate.
Now, when someone goes through a chemotherapy regimen, a lot of people apparently lose their hair. Is that from the treatment, or is that from the emotions?
It's a huge energy.
Yeah,
They receive a huge
I
energy,
understand.
and this huge energy,
Doesn't have a place to go
yes,
except inflate the cells.
no, because look, because the hair, it will also collect energy from outside. So the body, it will cut the receivers, because he's already
Too much
contain
energy. Yeah.
too much energy. Yes, he will explode without losing this hair. He will explode. So he lose the hair, like the tree. When the tree cut out the leaves in certain time, it's due to the energy. When they have leaves in that time, they will lose a lot of energy because they do not receive an energy back. So they lost a lot of leaves until the right time when it come back again. They can interact with the environment and take and give in that respect.
It's like when the
Mr. Cash, do I have a plus today or minus? I think I will have minus today.
It's like when the boat is sinking and they throw everything off the boat to lighten up the weight of the boat so it doesn't sink.
Exactly.
The same way. Yeah.
Maybe he's fixing dinner or something.
No, I'm just listening. You can't pull me in, not this way.
Good evening, Mr. Cash.
Good evening. The problem is that a lot of us are not aware of subconscious pressures we carry. And these subconscious pressures, be whatever, dictates a lot on how we will manifest ourselves or how we present ourselves. And primarily, not only we feel in danger at the present time personally, but we have a second, or what we call a hidden us, which is part of the community, which is part of a bigger soul, a bigger structure, which that at the moment has or feels endangered. And in society, we live two lives. We live two distinct lives. One, we live as us, and subconsciously through our soul, we live as member of the community where we live, and a member of community where we are part of a nation, and subconsciously of a planet, and going to outside this into a space, we'll become more aware of that. One of these is, for example, nowadays we interfere with birth rate, with all sorts of contraceptives. If mankind was not allowed to do this, you'll find out we will have a different kind of life. There is a tribe, as I've said in other teachings, in Africa, which is monitored closely by United Nations. They don't release the name of the tribe, but you can find in archives of UN that in this tribe, boys and girls have no sex till the puberty. And at the puberty, they decide to change sex, become a boy or a girl. And all that is how the feeling within the tribe is. If the tribe needs a boy or a girl, how many died in the past time, and how many need to be reproduced to produce, and all sorts of factors like maybe so many boys percentage die more because they go hunting or whatever. So we see, and we are fully aware of this in the structure of the technology. And at the moment, the human race sees itself in danger. And especially with such a huge situation which is running at the moment, we all are individually affected, but collectively, collective soul of the man feels the same, endangered. And we expect to see what we call mutation by the mankind to evolve, to respond to this change. There is one way what we have brought forward to take man into space, and another way over next 2-3 generations, 25 years, maybe less, between 5 to 7 years, will mutate. And we mutate in response to this virus. That is 100% sure. Doesn't matter what we receive, what we are given, our resilience of RNA and collective the soul of the man on the planet Earth and collective soul of the universal community will bring a change, will overcome this. That's for sure. As we go back into the beginning of the man, as man came as a small mammal and became what it is today, we will evolve through two ways, one through consciousness and one through the soul of the mankind. And we are watching this very closely. Doesn't matter what governments bring, what people decide what to do, what systems, G5 or whatever be brought in, collectively our soul in a very short time will make a decision as a collective, as a human race, and will evolve as an RNA and moves it into DNA that will guarantee the survival and keeps the original structure. And this is part of the work which I watch when we wrote the report, 26 different kind of mutation of the virus. It was very clear that mankind is just about to go through an evolution, through the stress of time, the change, feeling endangered, excuse me. And in that process, we will change. This without a doubt. We've been through this many times before. A number of us will not stand the evolution and will come out of it much stronger in being able to handle viruses. In a way, short term, we might see losses or maybe some changes, but long term, the soul of humanity will change and will change our RNA. We all might change 1 tone or 2 tone in color. Either way, from what we are, to guarantee we absorb new radiations from the atmosphere, from cosmos, that allows the DNA of human race to be kept the way it is. Because there is one thing which is very clear. It doesn't matter how much chemical you put into RNA, into DNA, trying to change RNA, RNA is controlled by the soul, not by the man. They talk about because they've seen the proteins and the rest of it, but in a simple way, the structure of RNA will not change in the background in totality unless all of us as a human race decide to do so. Or collectively, part of us in an isolated position. This is why we start teaching of one soul, which will come, will change all that. And this is one of the biggest fear in the background with the governments and officials and the people who plan this bigger change, that we are just about to reach that point. Creation of one soul, which rises above anything. One of the changes is that we will not be afraid of anything because we can transmute. We will not be afraid of anything because if it's not acceptable to our soul and physicality, doesn't matter what they put into you, it comes out. And we see this. And I know this firsthand. Because the body moves itself to the condition that it is not easy for our RNA, our soul, to be endangered. And this will be coming very, 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 very clear in the coming time. It doesn't matter what you do. Doesn't matter how we go in the depth of a space, we will not change. We will not lose our RNA base and the fundamental of it, and collectively it will keep that way. So some of you might lose hair, some of you worried about your beauty, some of you might get fat, some of us die because of the situation, but overall, collective soul of humanity will not allow this to happen. And we are watching. Whatever plan has been put into operation, let it be. But in essence, you cannot change. You will not change the RNA of mankind. You cannot do, because for an RNA to change, a number of us have to go through it to change the whole race. And this will not happen. It cannot happen, and we will see it. We don't see it as something negative, but you see it as a progressive way for mankind to be open, to become aware of receiving energies. Because up to now, we didn't know what viruses are, how we receive these energies. Now we find a way. We have a solution. In a way, when you look at it, with the farming, which is used, the ganses, with the farming we use for the animals, we are changing these in the background. And we will see it. The hair loss, we see in one area, many men lost their libido, many men lost their sexual behavior, women lost their sexual behavior. We have doctors who work for the foundation in the background. We are operating. We've seen 98% loss of sperm. That is total none. And we have brought it back to 80% in less than 3 months using the technology, and directly consequence of the viruses. So you can do whatever you like, or anybody can do whatever they like. But at the end of it, not much can be done. And don't forget, in the past, we had leaders who created wars, to kill, to control, to be. We saw with Black Death in Europe, how the grandson of the Mughal Empire threw the, what do you call it, Black Death virus right across Europe and killed many. At the end, humanity mutated. We found a solution for it, and we go the same way. But the strangest thing is, what's going to happen to these people? What is going to happen to their descendants? What's going to happen to their operation? Now we see the guy who was a computer guy, now is the biggest private landowner, involved in all the pharmaceutical, genetic modification of the food. When you are this big, it's already planned, and those who buy from me will stay alive. The plan is much bigger in the background. But with introduction of gases and energy food, which comes, we can have all the lands in the universe. The beauty of it is, in the coming time, in the coming weeks, as we go through teachings, something becomes very clear too. And I've thought about this before in the teaching. As we don't have courts, as we don't have hospitals, as we don't have jails, as we don't have currency in the universal community, do we have a farming land? Does any race in the universe cultivates the way mankind does? No. Does anyone grows animals to kill? No. So in a way, let them do whatever they like. We have millions of people around the Keshe Foundation around the world who are monitoring, and even Gates and the rest of them are monitoring. Don't forget, in 2006, we negotiated with Gates. They were trying to take over the Keshe Foundation. They are sitting around us, they watch, even amongst you, all the recordings are listened to, and they see how they can change it, how they can use it, that they be one step ahead. But at the end of it, ask yourself one question. And if you can answer this question, you answered to another bigger question of what is jigsaw, is we talk about UFOs for centuries. Has anybody seen these people unloading food on Earth? Bringing food with them, bringing cattle with them? Have we seen animals from outside or grown here? And as we're developing the knowledge of the man in that direction, in the coming months and years, does any of you need to eat? That these guys buying all the lands and controlling all the food and controlling all the hospitals? So you got to trust in the ability of the soul of the man that will take mankind through, and that's why there is a need for such elevation of the soul at this moment of time, to be able to cross this line. And we'll see it. Does not matter how much hair you lose, most probably all going to be bald, because in a space we can't carry hair. And most probably, most of us will turn into certain shapes and parameters that our soul can stand universal gravitational field forces. Our body structure today on Earth is connected to magnetic gravitation of Earth. In the universe, most of the creatures look the same in so many ways, because our gravitational magnetic field forces of our soul, even though has a basis of the amino acid of the man, will interact with the universal field forces in the cosmos. We all change. We have to change. All the races in the universe have changed when they became passengers of the cosmos. As long as you are in your house, it's you and what's in it. You put your foot outside, the traffic, the atmosphere, the air pollution, everything else comes to play. You cross borders, you go from a low hill to a high hill, stay there 3-4 generations, you'll be looking like a uphill man. How did they change? Because you have to change into it. When we see races will change according to the environment they are. And all of us, one way or another, we will manifest ourselves in a physical dimension according to the atmospheric condition of the position where we'll manifest ourselves. For one sure, for fact, none of you will have a single hair on your body, man or a woman, because is not supported, is impossibility to do in the dimension of the space. So if you're worried losing some hair, in a few months' time, in a couple of years, that mankind starts becoming passengers of the universe, and you go into the depth of the universe, you're not wearing a cosmos suit, you're not a cosmologist or whatever that we connected to Earth. You cannot take air with you. There is no option but to go back into the essence of the creation of the soul and the physicality. And you will look the way in the passage of the universe, everybody else is conditioned to the field forces of the universe. We're all going to change. Most of you will most probably will look, as we see to the eye of the man, a shiny silverish color, which is a manifestation interaction of the certain cosmic fields with the dimension of manifestation. We might color ourselves, we might clothe ourselves, but how do we clothe ourselves? We don't have no cottons. Even you wear a cotton shirt with the skin and the dimension you have, it doesn't manifest itself because the new field forces which manifested you does not support the amino acid of the cotton. We cannot dress up. We cannot fool by covering. We are naked. And this is what most of you will face in a coming time as the human race comes on the position of the deep space travel. You will change. You watch yourself, your children, your family traveling with you, going through the change as you are going. This is why, if you go back into the teaching, I said we created shops, we created places, we create machines that people can go and see how they will look in the position they manifest themselves. If you want to live, you cannot travel 1,000 years on the board of a ship and carry all the oxygen and try to create all the oxygen you have and all the food. We have no option but to mutate. And this is a position where this virus will give us that chance. And we start all mutating. But in essence, we stay as a human race. Amino acid, 43 gravitational magnetic field, and then how this 43 in the dimension of the universe can match itself with the energy of its soul, then we manifest ourselves.
Mr. Cash, if we do mutate,
Yes.
does this mean that we will be immune to other viruses or only this one?
No. We are never immune from viruses. Viruses are part of the feeding frenzy of the universe. What is virus to you is food to me. So we evolve not to accept energies which can create destruction of the plasma of our soul. You know, they say to you, don't touch this fruit, it's poison. Our soul knows which fields it needs to receive that it can guarantee his integrity of his existence. It's totally different.
Thank you.
Well, Mr. Kesh, you've already activated that in us, though, in a way.
We activated much more than you think.
Well, that's why I said, so it still goes to the question of whether people are still in crisis. They're not post-corona. They still have not been activated in a way that they understand.
In a way, there are a lot of things which will manifest itself in coming time. And one of them is collectively, those of you who use cancers and other things will come to realize a lot of things happening to the others, but it doesn't happen to you. You get the corona, but no problem. Overcome it. At the moment, at this moment, we have not, as far as we have information, people who have used the technology which has been dispensed correctly. We have not had, in a way, people who have lost their lives. In latter stages, they come, they do whatever, but people who have been, but you have to understand, we use the gases in conjunction and balance with the soul. You cannot change. There is a reason, there is a position which the soul agrees to be in a given position and time. We cannot change.
So
you
can I
cannot.
go ahead.
You cannot change what is being said to happen and what is supposed to happen and the way things are happening. We're watching, monitoring very closely. Everything is monitored. And what we see, there's a lot of work going on. There's a lot of people being financially supported to get this through. But as I said very clearly, just learn how to protect yourself. Within hours, you walk away from it. I've been there. When the corona happened in Iran, in China, Chinese authorities blocked us a lot receiving information. But at the same time, National Security of China in the background provided drivers and everything for the foundation to be able to test, that they could pick it up. In Iran, we had a free hand. And we were right away through it. Even today, the teams in the background, even the divided in 2 or 3 are working the same. And we've seen the mutation. We watched every step of it. I stayed up 24 hours a day, day in, day out, and monitored how human race will respond to this. I wasn't much interested in how corona will develop. I was much more interested into how the society and how the people react and how they mutate. And if you read the report, there is a lot of hidden information sitting in it. I spent days and nights, paragraphs with the head of the Keshe Foundation writing the report, with other Keshe Foundation members writing the report. And there's a lot of hidden information in there. You read the report, we have given a solution for life, for man in a space. The Mona report is the fundamental key for man travel into space. maybe the corona report is more important than putting book 1, 2, and 3 together. Because there is a lot of information in there, how man will overcome the viruses in the space. How we do it. This is a recipe for deep space. That's why you've seen we put so much effort into it. It's not a key just only for corona. It tells you everything you need to know, how to survive, how to look at, how to operate, how to organize everything when you're in space. It's a space book.
Well, perhaps that leads into my next question about the societal change. If their next attempt to control is to use the perception of the universal community and how it is opposite of what we knew, as far as they do no harm and do not interact, how their use of the unknown or the fear of the unknown as like aliens or UFOs can be used, how would that and this reaction of the society, you can't make a lie into truth, and that's kind of the if the intention is to do that, what are the best ways we see that as a society we deal with that type of attempt on us? Other than to speak about it and to communicate about if I guess if we lose the ability to communicate in some ways about it and just talk about it, just talking about it diffuses it. So, but if our dream is to go into space and that is our intention, no matter what they try to do to us, that it won't affect it per se, but it can affect the society that will lead to the mutation in the RNA?
The fact is, when we look at it from outside, all the things they've done, we've seen up to now. Is nothing compared to what mankind is going to face in the space. If you're crying for such a simple thing, how are you going to stand on the slot with what I call deep space? You haven't even scratched the surface. If such a situation has brought such a fear to man, what are you going to do when you face with viruses thousands of times stronger than this? Thousands of times. This is nothing. This is just a little child playing with you. What are you going to do when massive energies, which by accident one of the strings of the strength matches or can link with one of your amino acids or one of the elements of in your body in a plasmatic condition? This is a an eye-opening for human race. You're worried about the virus. I'm worried how you as mankind will survive the depth of the universe when you travel and such a little thing has crippled you. Give me about 5 minutes, I'll come back, please.
Elias has put in the chat the link to the special edition of this report, the successful application of the newly discovered GANS plasma and GANS water technology for detection, cure, prevention, and environmental disinfection of the COVID family of viruses in trials in Iran 2020 pandemic. I haven't read the whole report. I've read some of it, but it would make a beautiful series of classes, as Mr. Kesh just indicated, a lot of hidden knowledge. Anyone else while we're standing by?
Hello, Mark. Can you hear me?
Yes, go right ahead, Jefferson.
Oh, glad to talk to you again. I would like to say something to Mr. Kesh.
I think he's checking
Humbly.
something.
Yes, humbly. As always. We really need you. You are the creator. And I'm not about the ego of the physicality, but I'm talking about the universal community throughout the center of the principal matter. You know, Mr. Kesh. You're going to make the job one way or another way. But if you are with us and give us the way, that's what I've been waiting for 10,000 years. How come it's not possible? It's not absolutely possible. You know what I mean? And I would like to share to everyone that the Cash Foundation, Cash, One Cup on Life, copo da vida, qualquer coisa que vocês procurarem na internet, I would like to say that anything that you look for, One Cup on Life, o copo da vida, coisas ou tudo relacionado à Fundação Cash está liberado pelo sistema de segurança do Google Search. É só procurar. I would like to say that all the search that you might have of copo, uma vida, Cash Foundation, or whatever, it's gonna be in the first paragraph, because this is the the creator's strength and knowledge. So we give a freely from our soul to all souls in the existence. That's good. We are one. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Kesh, again. Salon, good night.
Mr. Kesh is probably either baking bread or taking a call from a world leader.
No, none. The cycle of the knowledge, in a way, where you read the virus report, shows the way. First of all, how to understand it, and then how to handle its mutation. Because you see how it's set. If you read the report, we show the way. When you come across a new virus, you come across a new condition, how to address it, how to mix and match to find the energy field transfer of the virus. The biggest problem is that we want to fight it, but the secret and the key to fight any virus on this planet, to overcome anything from a cold, from herpes or whatever, is to use its escape route. And the escape route to all viruses, which is connecting to the body of the man, is within the amino acid. If you have a virus which locks into amino acid, it has to go through the nitrogen, the oxygen, the hydrogen, or the carbon. And for it to overcome and lock into it, these four, as this part of their structure, are continuously in communication to each other, with each other. So doesn't matter what virus attacks even the soul of the man. If you understand that the soul of the man is based on the amino acid of the man's diversity of fields, you need to go through its line of communication. If you're in house A, somebody is in house B, somebody is house C, or somebody is house D, you're in the house, you're on your own. When you build road to each other, that's the line of communication, that's where you work on. This is where they can come to you through the roads, which connects you. And in the amino acid of the man, there's only one connection line. It means a lot of knowledge seekers haven't understood the knowledge. You have the carbon, which is the communicator. You have hydrogen, which is the energy supply. You have oxygen, which is holding it together. It's the planet on its own. It creates its own gravitational magnetic field. And then you have nitrogen, which is a reserve tank. So in any combination, any virus, be it cold, be it whatever, you need to have. This is why, principally from the day one, the first thing we taught was creation of CO2. This was the reason beginning, the very first GANs I thought, which was the energy of it, not the GANs, was the energy of the carbon. And then you work on it. You, in a way, you have a way in. The way the virus went in, you go in. If the virus has access to the amino acid of the man, which then it takes over the cell, which is a combination of amino acids, it has found a way to get into the communication line. You break into the communication line and you puncture it. And any of you in the universe, be it whatever energy pack sits with you, you always go through that system. And many times I explain in a very simple way. And I taught 2 or 3 doctors of the Keshe Foundation who betrayed the foundation when they were taught fully. And they thought now they have learned they can earn their money of it, and they paid worse with themselves, was for them to teach on to all of you was the secret of connection. You all produce gases, you all produce CO2, you all produce, what are you producing it for? If you are producing all these gases, how are you going to connect to the body of the man? How do you find a line of connection? Why, from the beginning, we keep on telling you to collect the amino acid on top of your water? The gas you collect is an energy tank. Is an energy, how much you're going to put in it. But without the line of communication, you're worth nothing. Doesn't matter how much food you have in the house, if you can't get it to your child, it's no good. Doesn't matter how much gases you produce. If you cannot find a way to get to the body of the man, you're useless. This is why when in all the teaching, I keep on emphasizing, in all the teaching, very simple fact, that when you produce CO2, the amino acid which is collected on top of the water has the strength of the CO2. That's the key for all of you to survive with any virus. Creation of the field forces and the strength of the CO2 amino acid. And none of you do. I produce gases, I give gas. You give 10 liters of your gas water of cup number 1. You don't give the man in the mixture or separately 10 milliliters of the amino acid of it. You're useless. You better carry water from the tap. Unless during the process of washing, some of that amino acid stayed in it. Or some of the metals or atomic structure was left in the cup during the washing, that in the process of transportation or staying in a house, collected some amino acid or created some amino acids from the atmosphere. Because when you start the process in a cup, doesn't finish. So all of you, you have a fear of your life, what? You name it, monkey virus, donkey virus, comes from monkeys to HIV or comes from the flu. Any of them, just be blind to it. If it has access to your cell, you have a key, you have a way to puncture it, you have a way to deplete it, and none of you ever do. As I said, we start teaching you deeply, very rapidly. The Costa Rica Society of the Keshe Foundation start teaching deep, that people understand you have taught a lot. Now we start teaching you in depth. Understand the knowledge. Then no virus is a virus. Doesn't matter where in the universe you are. And then understand you cannot carry a cup of CO2 on planet Zeus with you. You have to understand how your soul can create such a filter, even for itself. Many people says, oh, you talk about the soul, you're the only one you see, because you don't spend to understand the structure of your soul. You have no ability to understand. You have not made time. You're so physical. Show me, I believe it. And then when you tell them it's there, they say, no, 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 it's not this one, it's something else. When you see it twice and you tell them no, they say there's always something else. It's not what you see. Because we cannot see, so you're stupid. But we can see. Try to understand the knowledge, not, I was told many times, I said, oh, he says you don't understand, we're all stupid. You're not stupid, you physically have no knowledge to understand the reality. You denied yourself 10 years of teaching because you never understood the facts of it. And the ones we showed the fact to, escaped. And they thought they're very clever. How many doctors are taught privately? And once they realize they've got a key to something, suddenly they all use the foundation, the knowledge I gave them to become millionaires. But they're paying with the life of their children. Because they block the children of the man, thou shalt not allow their children to grow. We've seen it. The reality is, understand the technology. The reality is to understand the process of the technology, how it does, what it does, the reason it does. You're worried about the tiny pack of energy and the whole humanity has panicked with it. It's a needle. You haven't seen the syringe yet. And the beauty of it is, or the reality of it is, when you become a man of space, these packs come to you every second. The faster you travel, the more friction you create, and in the creation of friction, the more plasmas which are created by your own soul will manifest themselves, which in compact and interact can take over your soul. Another energy pack. You have to understand the truth and the reality about life in space, which is you as well as anything else. Even your soul is a virus to something else. Don't look at yourself so innocently that we're getting attacked by a virus so-and-so. You are a virus to another being through your strength of your soul. What do you talk about? How are you going to explain to the thing is, no, I'm a human, I love you, I want to give to you, but sorry, somehow you become my food. Or I like to land on you with my soul. That's what the virus does on the cell of the man. So not only you have to be aware of not being boarded on, but at the same time, not you boarding on somebody else's life, existence. And then how do you detach yourself if you become part of another life that you're so good, but you kill so many? It's not all one way we are victims. We are ourselves murderers without knowing, but we have to become aware of how that we can stop both ends. And then you'll find out everything has a different orientation and everything has a different mutation, everything has a different mutation about it. How? Well, we thought we are innocent people, we are attacked by a virus, but we are a virus to something else. But we can't see it. if you look, how does this virus mutate? Because it comes to you, your body can absorb it, it finds a way to overcome it or find a link to it, and now it still has it, you give it to your child. And your child gets, you cause his illness or her illness, or your wife, or your husband, or your neighbor. So now you are actually the virus carrier because now you have become the virus. The mutation doesn't come that the virus just finds something. The mutation of virus comes within our body. We mutated and we give it to somebody else and we become the murderer for them if they die. This is why we promote at the moment till your understanding becomes deeper in the production of CO2 with the amino acid. Amino acid, amino acid. We keep on repeating it. And the doctors made sure that you don't get this message. All the doctors are taught personally left the foundation for financial gains from what they've been taught. I spent a lot of time teaching individuals. We saw with the energy system, what we went through, we thought suddenly it did not manifest what it was to be shown because a lot of money was offered in the background. Many of you saw the trip from one point to Washington, the main part of the system disappeared. And I don't know what it is and what happened in Washington with us. And then apparently found a few weeks later, and nobody knows where the guy is. We teach, and those individual teachings has stopped. Now we teach very openly to as many as of you that those who create these fears have a fear now, they cannot handle it themselves. Many times, as I've even spoken, we sat with Gates Foundation, so many meetings with the lawyers in Holland. Because that time in 2006, 2007, they realized what is about to come. When I said, no, I don't see a solution to it, what happened? The best friend of Gate happened. He suddenly appeared, offering us telephone numbers. Because they realize what this technology can do and what they'll bring in. And the nanotechnology of it, the plasma technology of it, the space technology of it. One by one. But I decided, I teach. If you understand, you use it. If you don't understand, you copy it, you still see the benefit of it. And you don't understand, you can't copy it, you find somebody to give it to you. And this is what we do now with gases. We give gases to people. Those of you who understood, make it, use it. And those of you who understood, create mutations. None of you will survive another attack by and through another virus, which is stronger than what we have. Ask yourself, all this number of people who we see, how many have actually recovered from the leaderships? All of them. But you're all the same. How many people we say? I was talking to a journalist past few days. And I said, very simple. You know, when we saved the life of a man who was literally dying and the woman next to him died, as you all know, he sent me a couple of weeks later, after he was discharged from the hospital, a picture of a boy of 3 and a 5-year-old. He said, Mr. Kesh, I've just sent you the picture of these two boys. Because of you, they have a father and I'm still alive. And it took us how much? 10 cents to save a life? Because somebody decided to give the water to the guy. Somebody made the effort to go to the hospital and sit by him. But our leaders at the moment all have been bought. But your leader, your soul, is not viable because you cannot buy your soul. But you can use it to teach, you can use it to spread the knowledge, and whatever we save, we have saved, whatever it is to be saved. But what do we save in a way? Delay the departure of a soul from its physicality to find its dimension in the universe. Are we serving the correct way? Or do we sit back and watch and save ourselves and feed ourselves and look after ourselves? The teaching, as I said, in the coming weeks and months, will bring you to question your own existence. It brings you to question what and how, with the knowledge I have, I can change the course of my soul. Am I that soul who brings the change? Or can I create and be part of it to create that change, that soul when it appears can make it accommodated to do it much easier for us and for the others. Try to understand the truth and the reality of the knowledge, not just by I get told, oh, you say monkey see, monkey does, and copycatting. This is the fact. If he hurts, then try why. Try to understand why this guy tells us we're all monkeys and we monkey see, monkey does, and we copycatting and we don't understand. Isn't this a wake-up call? None of your families, none of your friends, none of the people you teach across your nations and countries or language should die of any virus. If you understood, past half an hour of talks. We haven't given you a magic stick, we have given you a knowledge which is real and you can test it. They say once coincidental, twice you need to prove it, third time to confirm it. In Iran, in a report to his evidence of how many 12,000 cases officially registered by Keshe Foundation has been given to a government. 12,000 cases. Forget about hundreds of thousands which are using it every day. You think in all your language teachings, in all Brazil, English, French, German, whatever, Iranian, officials are not sitting and listening. Officials are not using. We have pictures of the head of nations with a bottle of Guinness on their table. Leading heads of states districts with bottle of gases using it themselves. FDA, head of the governments in nations, bottle of gases on their tables. And I can just show you the pictures. FDA officials are using the Keshe Foundation gas technology for their own. And they invited me for dinner. Mr. Keshe, your gas technology is perfect. So we are correct, but we're not here for Corona. We're here to teach, to learn, to become man of space without killing, without consuming another energy pack, without anything else. But still we have to live the daily life.
Mr. Kesh, perhaps it goes back to you need to, when you said, I'm my own Messiah, how that challenges all their structures. How one goes about saying that, and how does one actually do that in a way that they can understand that that's something real? I don't see they never got that one, I think, or a lot of people didn't get that one. And how, when you said it,
let me explain to you. The 3-4 people who were so close to Keshe Foundation and they worked and they saved many people's life, wrote a 62-page report and they signed it, that the Keshe Foundation is the cause of so many things and so many things and so many things, and being part of this organization, 62 pages of it. It took national security of a government over 6 months to go through every single page and find out everything they wrote. These people who were, you heard them, you even have heard them on the Keshe Foundation, some of the teaching, have written such a report. And they nearly twisted everything against the Keshe Foundation. Thousands of hours of a national security of a nation was spent on assessing if I'm a terrorist, or if I'm this, I'm that, I'm Messiah, and the rest of it. And the conclusion of the report came out last week, and it was very simple. Nothing but lies. Nothing but lies. By who? By the people who these people have been paid halfway through the process, quite a good sum of money to turn.
No, I understand that, but how come they didn't understand why you said it? Not in the way that you said it. Well, let's say that for I'm the virus.
Yeah.
How easily that would be accepted. But when you said, I'm my own Messiah, I last man standing, and how that, in that simplicity, you gave us the key to everything right there, but how it was obviously taken out of context and everything. But that's I think that's where the virus thing is, that you gave us the connection with the amino acid, but a lot of people still like to know, how come two people could be in the same room? Why is the energy packet attached to one and not the other? It's all about control.
It's just because you all have 4 legs and 4 arms. No, we all have 2 legs and 2 arms. And why you some short, why your height is different, color is different, everything is different, because that little change creates a different strength of, needs a different combination of amino acid control. You're not the same as me just because you got 10 fingers. We have a common denominator, but we are not the same. We can be in one room, one of us dies because of the virus. Because that virus matches on. If I be able to find the strength of the amino acid of all of you, I can control all of you. Just because you have the same things doesn't mean on the strength of the fields you're the same. And this is why it is. A mother carrying a child, the child gets the virus, but not the mother, in the womb of the mother. How many we have seen in the past year with Corona? How many mothers have the Corona, but the child hasn't? Unborn babies have a virus, but the mother is safe. Mother doesn't show any of it. And how come some families, 10, 15 out of the whole family, the whole 10 or 15 have got it? How come a father and mother gets and the children don't get? Have you ever sat down and thought why parents get it and the children? Isn't it that the parents are in love with each other and they carry and share a line of emotion, which is just between them? Their emotion and the love for the children is different. But between them, husband gets and the wife gets. You have to understand the effect of this as what I call psychological pattern of the work. How come in a family we had in Iran, 8, 9 people got it? One young girl of 9, she was the only one who approached the Kesh Foundation in Iran. And she was taught and she was given by a truck to a village where she is. And she learned, saved the whole family. 9-year-old girl. We had another one, 14, the same, with 9, 10 people in the family. Youngsters have the mobile phone, they start searching and they find foundation and they contacted. How come the rest of it? Uncles, grandfathers, they had none of, in one case, none of the children in the family had it. But the whole rest of the family, grandfather, uncles, they all had it. Enter in 2 different channels. And this is what something you have to learn. Is our emotion immune from the virus? Or is our emotion an answer to our virus?
That's a good one, Mr. Cash.
It's not a good one, it's the reality. We do. That's why we are observers. You have to learn to observe everything. This technology is not just about the food, it's about the psychology of man and the emotion of the man.
Well, that's why I hope for the return of fun to science and technology. To enjoy it, to live it. Thank you for your time today.
You're welcome. The reality is that we need to all dimensions of our lives. If you just look at the physical side, you'll be losing. If you look at the psychological side, you'll be losing. If you look at the emotional side, you'll be losing one way or another. And if you look at the soul, you'll be losing. And this is how this race has survived this planet and its combination of onslaughts on it for millions of years. Human race is resilient. Any race, once created, will find a solution, even if it goes down to one, and then it will build back up. Even if it means to become a male and a female in the same body that it can reproduce itself. If the desire to love is that deep, you shall create. Isn't this what happened to the Creator? Desire to love, to give, led him to creation of Adam and Eve. And we are made of him, so we have the same resilience. It's just the way we have found easily to find a source to eat as a meat or a wheat. We have found easier to find a lover to love and to give than us creating. If man is put at the same position and condition of creator of being alone, man will create a need for himself without the shadow of a doubt. The same as I said, you can create on the palm of your hand gold. You can create on the palm of your hand a soul that it leaves in interaction with this environment, creation of what you will love, what you have created. It is within the capability and the power of the man, because if the Creator could do, should do. We are suckers on energies which are already produced and packed. We go to supermarkets and pick up a chicken pack to show our love that we exist. We find a woman or a man to the process of going shopping. If we are left alone enough, deep enough that the desire to exist, and now we understand the process. As I said, when the man understands how to extend his soul, in the palm of your hand you will create gold. You have the same strength. If you can create gold, you can create another soul. Instead of being of a matter, can be a living of your own. This is what the Creator done, creation of Adam and Eve. Where he is the Adam and Eve is the energy he created Adam himself, not a rep. No.
Hello, Mr. Cash. Can you hear me?
Yes, we hear you.
This is Jefferson Rodriguez from Brazil, Mr. Cash. As you are the master, I would like to point some things in all of your explanation in this evening. And the first of us or better, the first of a thing that I'd like to say, that if you look in the Google search engine, Cash Foundation, or copo, uma vida, Portuguese, you're gonna get the idea what really Cash Foundation in your soul it is. It's all fixed up. And it's easier for us to share your knowledge. You will not be alone, or in physicality, or in the principal matter. If so, we need you. We need you. We need you, Mr. Cash. No, I'm not talking about, because this meeting, it's very, very a family meeting. And you are the person who can make our wishes in the physicality, in the 2, 3, 4, or more, let's say, elevations. We cannot withstand without you. I give you freely from my soul to all souls of the existence. Take what you need. We are one, and you are the one. That's what I would like to say, direct for you, Mr. Cash. And it's complicated, but we are together, all of us, the universal and the earth and the Caroline energy, and what you have already made for us. We must find, but sometimes it's hard. This is a chess game, but sometimes right now, from now on, you must make it things simple. Thank you very much for all of you. Listen what I was saying, and much more to our, or for me, at least, Mr. or Master Akesh. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Jefferson. On behalf of everybody here, I want to thank everybody for allowing us to make a presentation today and being patient with the presentation that I made, which I give all credit and support to the Kesh Foundation and to Mr. Kesh. Thank you very much, Mr. Kesh, for making the possibility for all of this to happen and allowing us to participate through this wonderful journey. Thank you all for being here, and look forward to seeing you next week. Also, please be advised that tomorrow we'll be meeting in Italy in the afternoon, with a basic class, and tomorrow night in Brazil with an intermediate class. Postings will be in the Telegram chats with respect to the Zoom numbers. They're the same as last week. Thank you again, everybody, and we're looking forward to a great week. And Mark, I'm going to hand it over to you. If there's any other attendees who wish to add, and any other business that you wish to handle to. Thank you so much.
Very well. Would anyone like to add to the knowledge? Thank you all for being here today and sharing your time with us. So beautiful to have Mr. Kesh come in. We're humbled by his knowledge that he shares freely. And we will do the same right across this Unicross. I think when he said 4 arms and 4 legs, he was probably thinking of another planet.
Mark, hi, it's Dean here. Can I just quickly say before you close?
Sure.
Thank you for a beautiful session. Also, today I went outside and sprayed for the Dome of Peace, and it wasn't quite at 12 o'clock, but a little bit later. But my intentions were there, and it was. I noticed it was. It's been quite overcast and gloomy here for quite some time, and I thought I haven't sprayed. So I went outside to spray, and as I was doing it, the intention was obviously beautiful to help humanity and many other things. But within a very short period of time, the whole of because I looked down the valley towards Linz, and the whole of the valley lit up, and there was like it just got brighter by quite a large amount, and it suddenly made me realise how important it is to spread this those fields around and the intentions. So always be prepared to give from your soul, and as I say, spray those beautiful ganses around in the physicality. They definitely have a very marked effect, and it does make a very big difference. So the Dome of Peace is for humanity. I think we all need this right now. Thanks, Mark.
Thank you, Dean. Anyone else who hasn't opened their mic or would like to open their mic? Again, we're all equal here. So don't feel that you're going to make a comment that is not taken correctly. And I sent a message to Stephen. I had seen this little program by Dr. Tom Cowan, and he was explaining about the memory RNA. And he said that, as Mr. Kesh explained to us, this virus sits on top of a cell. And that's why they call it a crown. But this doctor was saying, we've been taught that the virus drills holes through the cell to reach the nucleus of the cell. He said, but we've never seen any holes. And of course, by understanding a little bit about the plasma technology, I could point out that it was a magnetical gravitational transfer. But I thought, very interesting how doctors are sort of taught wrongly. And it was quite exposed by us having the knowledge and understanding how this virus works, or more of it. So let me play the disclaimer. I want to thank you all for attending and coming by and sharing knowledge and just being here, being present, and increasing the field strength. So I'll play the disclaimer and then we will end the meeting. Anyone else before I do that? That's wanted to say something but yet hasn't opened their mic. Thank you again, beautiful souls.
Disclaimer. The information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GANs processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.